Point your camera towards Mike Jessa. And you're ready to go, you're live.
Hello, welcome to the track walk of IDS round 5, the final here at Motorsports, 360 Motorsports Park up in the hills of Kerry. We're just going to give you a quick round here, show you the machinery.
Grab a quick,
that's my microphone. Grab a quick chat with the drivers and just show you what goes on. So I want to follow me on here with the camera. We're going to be amazing GPs of Leehy here. Leehy are absolutely amazing drills, and we have, of course, the man of the moment, Dwayne McKeever, the champions in 2015. Don't think we're doing the moment we had a interview there just before the track walk closes. But Dwayne McKeever qualified for me very crucially, and setting us up for a white final, because I can tell you, if you had a little bit of gossip here, there's Harry Kerr and Dwayne McKeever are both in the same corner of the back, so that's going to be interesting. So if you want to follow us up around here, we're just going to grab some of the cars as we check out the beautiful tracks, absolutely amazing Judicious team for Roche of Tom Murphy, or Crazy Judge, and passengers around for something like the experience here at IDS round 5, amazing experience really when you win. Of course, beautiful drivers, very Japanese, absolutely Japanese, and here, obviously Akiba, champion driver, so far, so. Chris and all the guys coming together there, making that possible for the Japanese driver this evening. We move it along, and lots of damage here. Christopher Callahan's car looking very worse for wear. If we can pan around here and just see, look at the missing bodywork here, see the abuse that these cars go through. If we want to just come in here really quick and see the nitty gritty of this, you know, these cars look a little bit, you know, they look very shiny on camera and things, but really when you get down to the nitty gritty, these things are absolutely used and abused. You can see the dirt in the wheels here and just missing bodywork and all the frame of the car exposed here. So absolutely cool to see them in their natural habitat. And we can have a sneak peek here with a BC Racing bonnet strut here with Clark Hatton. Beautiful JZ under the bonnet, of course, in this BMW. And we're just going to be making our way up to Harry Kerr, hopefully grab him for an interview. Just once again doing a quick job on the track walk here. Kieran Casey's not so mint right now, it's 15. Looking, Colin O'Sullivan, we'll grab you for a quick second. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the interview. So Colin, you qualified in, I believe, in 32nd position?
That's all right, yeah. It was very, very close, yeah.
So what's it like to be out here on the Pro Grid? You're a Pro 2 driver, obviously. What does it mean to you to be out here?
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, I never thought that I'd even get to compete in years ago, and so now I'm here. So it's unreal.
Well, you're very happy to be here. We wish you the best. Not the easiest draw. You've got Jakob Kruczak in the battles, I believe. So all the best with it. Sure, you'll give it on. Don't mind that, he says. He's absolutely right. As we move along up the grid here in the Lyons is gorgeous 180SX. Plenty Sylvia's, of course. Another S13 alongside it of Marcus Heinen. Something a little bit different here. Matt Darren, can you pop the bonnet super quick, Matt?
Of course I can. No problem at all.
Of course you can. So Matt Darren. Again, we're going to make this relatively quick track walk, but look at this. We had to have a look at this one. Matt Darren, can you just talk us through this build really quick?
It's a BMW V8 with a twin turbo, because one turbo wasn't good enough to beat my wife in Watergrass Hill a couple of years ago, so I decided to go twin turbo just to make sure if I won't beat her, I go through the car.
Well, a good reason as any to go twin turbo, Matt Darren. If you didn't beat your wife, you got to add another turbo. So very, very cool build, Matt. We look forward to seeing you. And if you want to just follow me up here, guys. Thank you, guys. Of course, all the crowd out here getting the opportunity to check out the cars as we are and meet the drivers. Alan O'Loughlin, his own car back on the grid at last. The beautiful, I was going to say the beautiful car of Adrian Wheatley and the beautiful Adrian Wheatley. Adrian, you're cementing your place in the Pro Championship. You're looking good. Do you feel that you've now like cemented your place in the championship with your performances this year?
If you had asked me that now this morning in practice, I would have said no. I only had 2 practice runs this morning because we had a couple of issues with the car. But I know it just kind of came together in qualifying. But I'm really enjoying this year. I actually am. I'm happy out, so I won't complain yet.
Happy out. Well, that's I wouldn't blame you for being happy out. You've done a great job all year. We wish you the best. And yeah, we're making our way over to the man we really want to speak to, and Harry Kerr. Young Jamie Hines is a Pro 2 junior car on the grid here. Lovely S14 Sylvia with 1 JZ power. Polly is Judicious with the always beautifully liver TH Components car. The lovely, also very Japanese livery here of Dean Byrne, who had his own issues just to get on the grid here. Nicky Davey driving his son's car. We have to check this one out as well, guys. John McCarthy, if you're an old head drifting fan and you've been watching Irish drifting for a few years, many years, you'll know this guy. We used to call him John Paul McCarthy back in the day. He was very synonymous with BMW. He's always had a yellow BMW. Brother, of course, of Paul McCarthy, the giant killer, who took many IDC wins and Pro Drift wins in his day. But we're just going to try and interrupt John here really quick because he's got a Mark II Escort, which is more used to obviously being a rally car, and it's got Honda K24 power. So if you want to just pan around here, we'll have a quick look. Too many people around, too much interest in this one. If we can swing the camera in there just to check out this engine bay. What a crazy build it is. So John McCarthy coming back into competition after about 10 years hiatus from the sport and building an absolutely nuts car there. So looking forward to seeing that one getting dialed in. And of course, John, a bit of a superstar, way too busy to talk to us, so we'll keep going. And yeah, so we are in search of, here, Eddie Power. Hi Eddie. Hi Johnny. We're just trying to find, oh, here he is hiding here. Look at this, Harry Kerr. Come over here to your car, Harry Kerr. Harry Kerr loves an all interview. Harry Kerr, my old friend, you are in the championship hunt. I'm not sure if you know this or not, but you and Dwayne McKeever are in the same bottom corner of the battle bracket. You've got Dylan Garvey. It's going to be tough. Harry, are you going to pull out all the stops? Because we've seen you go absolutely crazy in battles before. Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. Qualifying just didn't work out for me at all. The conditions were up and down, and first run was alright, knew we had to fix, and then second run caught a load of grip coming up here and then back into the wet and just sent me all wrong then. But here, it's all or nothing now. Like,
it is all or nothing, Harry, and to be honest, if anybody on the grid can do it, and if anybody on the grid has the chasing ability, it's yourself. I know you're a man of few words, but you're a man of action, and we're very, very, very much looking forward to seeing what you can do in the chases, especially according as it goes on. So we'll know your fate in about 3 hours' time. We wish you the best, buddy. See you soon. So guys, yeah, that is almost at the end of our track walk here, guys. And if you are in the crowd, we will be clearing out the track there, guys, in a couple of minutes' time, so you can be getting your autographs and getting yourself sorted. And yeah, if you are almost ready to rock, we will be clearing the track in a couple of minutes' time. Worth checking out this build as well. I know we saw it briefly in Bishop's Court, but look at this. It's already got plenty battle damage on it. But this beautiful build from Dylan Garvey here, which came out and won in its first round. You'd never hear of that. There's always teething issues. There's always a little bit of marrying between the driver and the car. But you know what? He came out, he looked comfortable, the car did its thing, and he took the win in the last round. Interestingly, Harry Kerr has to get through this guy to get to Dwayne McKeever. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, so a couple more cars left. Really quickly, as we move down the grid, the man who qualified top position, Jaco Krzyzak. You're always good for a word, Kuba. You said that you were, I heard that you were going to come down here and you intended on taking out Dwayne McKeever or Harry Kerr. Is that the goal?
It is the goal, but they on the other side of the bracket, so I say we have to meet in the finals. So one or the other, you know. But we have to go step by step. Top 32 first with Colin O'Sullivan. We'll see. He's a very good driver, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, buddy. Looking forward to seeing you out there. All the best. Top qualifying there. Last year's Pro 2 champion is the one and only Jaco Krzyzak. David Garvey, brother of Dylan's newly built PS13 as well. All the cars looking a little bit worse for wear here with some battle damage and some dirt here. And Conor Duggan's V8 CDM Sport BMW looking fantastic. And guys, that pretty much brings us to the end of our track walk. So we are going to send you guys back up to the tower, and we will be back for top 32 action in about, I would say, about 35 minutes time. 30 minutes time maybe. So stay tuned, guys. It's going to be crazy, and we will speak to you at the start of top 32. Thank you.
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round 5, the final of the Lucky Day Competitions Irish Drift Series, live from 360 Motor Park here in the mountains of Kerry. Mike, we have just seen a very intense final qualifying session of the year. 2 drivers in contention for a championship. Well, we've had a quick look at the top 32 bracket, and if you haven't seen it online, well, it is absolutely spicy. This is a juicy one because not only are our top 2 contenders all on the same side of the bracket, they're also in the same quarter. Add into the mix names like Kieran Casey, Dylan Garvey, Stephen Halford, Darrell Barnett, to name but a few. And we have some serious action coming up. Top 32, top 16. This championship could be decided in the next hour.
Eddie, you know what? I think it is going to be decided in the next hour, hour and a half, because by the way the cards are falling here, guys, Dwayne McKeever has significantly outqualified Harry Kerr, clawing back some championship points on him. By our reckoning, there are currently 8 points separating Harry Kerr and Dwayne McKeever, with Kerr still in the lead. However, both drivers are still in the hunt with all to play for, because they are both in the bottom right hand corner bracket of the top 32, meaning that the latest that these two guys can meet each other, should they progress through their respective battles, is the Great 8. So in other words, with 16 points on average available for the next bracket position, and with 8 points separating the drivers, Eddie, basically, if these drivers are to meet in the Great 8, that's going to be the final of the championship.
Yeah, and that is a big ask, because Dwayne McKeever is coming up against Stephen Halford. Now, conditions drying up. Stephen Halford not in his new car, 2JZ powered E36 wagon from this year. He's back in the old M3. Those dry conditions going to be a little bit less favourable for him. Harry Kerr, though, has Kieran Casey, and should he take down Kieran Casey, he has potentially Dylan Garvey, round 4 winner and former Drift Masters driver, to come up against. So he has not got it easy if he's going to go and take this championship this year. He's going to have to earn it right here at the final round in Kerry. But you know what? A man that won't be caring about any of that is our top qualifier, Jakub Kuzczek. He's taken on Pro 2 driver Colin O'Sullivan, who scraped in 32nd position. And there's a name that I just want to talk about. Jakub Kuzczek, top qualifier. He's on the opposite side to pretty much everybody, with the exception of Ryusei Akiba, in terms of his hunt for a top 3 finish in the championship. Going really well. Wet or dry, I think that's going to be the guy on this side of the bracket that could be potentially in the final later on this afternoon. Keep your eyes firmly peeled on him. Returning to action this year, or for this round, John McCarthy in that Mark II Escort, K24 powered, scraped in with an 81 in qualifying. He's in 29th position. We'll see him later on this afternoon as well. He'll be coming up against Davin Leehy in a battle of the old guard and the new. But we're going to turn our attentions very much firmly to the start line, where it will be highest qualifier Jakub Kuzczek to lead in Pro 2 driver Colin O'Sullivan. Here we go. The top 32 kicks off for the final round of the Lucky Day Competitions Irish Drift Series, and already you can see the difference in machinery and potentially some difference in talent in terms of experience as well. Jakub Kuzczek on that perfect lead line. Colin O'Sullivan searching for the line here, Mike, and looking to try and just stay inside that cloud and not get lost, but certainly really just not on the perfect line here. Having to cut the circuit quite dramatically, and makes contact with the lead car as well. Kuba almost has to shut it down, gets back in it though, but Colin O'Sullivan really searching for that proximity and making quite a number of errors in the chase position.
Yeah, definitely, Eddie. Colin there just going a little bit too hard. I think knew he was in trouble. A little bit off line throughout the battle there, a little bit on the shallow line in order to maintain some proximity with Kuba. Then making contact right in front of us here in the tower, and Kuba doing well not to end up in a spin there, stayed in it, but overall I think Colin there in a little bit of trouble in the chase position as we watch the replay here. Just Colin on the inside of the track there, maybe just made a little bit of too much of a dive, clipped the back of Kuba. Kuba almost into the spin, but kept it in it, and does manage to cross the line. But I would say, Eddie, it's a big advantage to Kuba in this one, possibly 8-2, 9-1 even.
Yeah, certainly looking like quite a sizable advantage. Now it looks as though Kuba maybe just making his way off circuit. He will more than likely be entitled to a competition timeout here in order to check that vehicle and make sure that it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to do, Eddie, is go back out, not check the car, and if your rear left suspension has been compromised, like if you have a little bit of a funny toe angle going on there or something, it could really upset the handling of the car, and you could actually end up putting yourself out. So Kuba doing the intelligent thing here, just checking over the rear of his S14.9 and making sure that she's good to go. Yeah, so Kuba fully off circuit there, guys, just making sure that all is good to go. Colin O'Sullivan waits on the line, and we are hearing from Sean Healy, our track controller here, that it is indeed a competition timeout for Kuba, which means, Eddie, he will not be sacrificing one of his 5-minute rules. Basically, he will get until the end of the battle bracket to check over this car, make sure all is good, and get her back out for action. Hopefully he won't need till the end of the battle bracket, because it shouldn't be anything major.
So we will move it on to our next battle. So it will be Dean Byrne to take on David Garvey, and two drivers quite similar levels of ability and machinery here, Mike.
Yeah.
So hard to say.
Close as well.
Yeah, hard to say. 15th and 16th, I believe, or sorry, 16th and 17th rather, respectively. And one of those battles where hard to say which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, so bear in mind here, Eddie, as well, that Dean Byrne is still in the hunt for a championship podium here. Should he significantly surpass Ryusuke Akiba's finishing position, he can still take it, to my knowledge, and he will be looking for a big finish here if Ryusuke was to go up the top 32.
Yeah, he's got about a 16-point deficit here as well, so very similar to, obviously there's been qualifying points put in on top of that from earlier on today, but it's about a 16, maybe 18-point deficit that he's got to Ryusuke Akiba. So certainly well within the realms of possibility that Dean Byrne could find himself in a championship podium. And what a success that would be for him for this year as he takes on that lead line. Doesn't go too deep, and Garvey's contact again, but Garvey not on a perfect chase line either. Now there's a big straight line there from David Garvey. He looks to try and get back into this one, but
Garvey's car looks very hooked up to me here, Eddie. Looks like he's putting out a lot of grip, and he's struggling as a result in the chase position here.
Yeah, do you know what, Mike? I think you're absolutely right. It doesn't look as loose as it was in qualifying earlier on this morning, and very hard to gauge the conditions here in Kerry, because once that track does start to dry, it becomes very, very grippy.
It does. Remember here, guys, that these lads qualified in generally wet conditions. It was sketchy for all drivers. We saw some runs in the overall dry, but a lot of drivers will have been kind of setting up the car for wet conditions according as the day went on, and we're just, I think we're seeing a little bit of maybe set up, the final touches of setup issues there with Dave Garvey's car.
Yeah, well, judges wanting to take a look at this one, particularly at the, this first corner. You can see, Garvey's, Dean Byrne not in a perfect line, but Garvey, he's practically straight, even though obviously he's going around a bend, so, but he's really just backed out of it altogether. And maybe some issues with that car, Mike, maybe some drivetrain issues causing problems with the car.
It looks like he got back in it there, Eddie, and the car it looks like it's working quite well here, and he definitely got used to it and was left foot braking. Great chase across the horseshoe here in front of us, but overall I think just maybe got caught out a little bit with the grip on initiation there, and the run was almost over before it started due to the conditions here.
Yeah, well, here we are, ready to go for the second half of this one. It will be Garvey to lead in Dean Byrne this time around. Garvey, you'd assume, has a deficit going into the second half of this one as he gets onto that outer line, shapes up nicely. Dean Byrne just hold him back a little bit, maybe just has a spotter in his ear saying, you know what, you've got an advantage, no need to risk too much here, just avoid making any big mistakes and you should find yourself into a top 16. And you can see just the time in the pro class here for Dean Byrne. But he has a shutdown of his own, Mike, a shutdown of his own. Would you believe it?
It all turns around, doesn't it? And it's going to come down. Now, did the judges give David Garvey a 0 for the first run? Because Dean Byrne is definitely going to be on a 0 after this one, Eddie. We just have to see, was there anything that we missed here? But it just looked like the Dean Byrne lost drive there, Eddie. Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like, Mike. And as Ryusuke Akiba goes ploughing as he tries to warm his tyres just off camera. But yeah, it's just... And the result is in, Mike, going through to the top 16. It's David Garvey. David Garvey moving on to the top 16. And as you said, very important, judges not deeming David Garvey on a 0 after the first run. And he does take the advantage on the second run with Dean Byrne getting a 0 for that shutdown. And Garvey progresses to the top 16.
Which means that Kuba, Jakub Krzyzak, has a better chance now of clinching that last podium spot along with Ryusuke Akiba, because Dean Byrne is now out of the picture for the third place championship spot here in IDS round 5. So Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull, once again, guys, bringing IDS to you this season. Thank you so much to both those sponsors who have made this championship possible this season. And we move it on to the third driver in a row who can take third place in this championship. It is Ryusuke Akiba on the line against the hard-charging qualifying Sean Watt. Ryusuke, the higher qualifier, leading us in, of course, the advantage being the lead car is the higher qualifier, runs first and then knows how hard to push on his chase after speaking to his spotter, i.e. in this situation Ryusei has opened up a huge gap on Sean Watt, and his spotter will tell him there's no problem here, you don't have to take any risks chasing, you can take it pretty easy and progress to the next battle bracket. That is the advantage of qualifying higher and leading first. But you know what, Sean Watt reeling him in here a bit, Eddie, across the line, but it's too little too late, I think.
Yeah, absolutely too little too late, Mike. You know, just you can see he tried to go very aggressive at the start. He knew he was going to have to be, but right from the off here, Ryusei just... Yeah, Sean, that's where you can see he kind of gets caught halfway around the bank there, Mike, and he was in it up until that point, and had he maintained that line, judges may just have a look at that and just see was there anything from the lead car that maybe caused Sean to come offline. But I think perhaps just the added grip with the track drying up, maybe just too much for the little M3 to handle.
I was just waiting to say it there, Eddie. I think they're still out here on the qualifying setup, suspension and tyre pressure wise, and I think track grip is significantly different to what it was in qualifying. We're after seeing a couple of issues already on runs where it's after catching everyone out. Colin O'Sullivan looks sketchy in his with grip. David Garvey progressed but looks sketchy, and Sean Watt getting caught out. But look, still all to play for, as we saw in the last battle. Anything can happen. Ryusei Akiba doesn't have to put big pressure on here, Eddie. If he just keeps about a car length in it and can maintain the proximity behind Sean Watt without the mistakes, he should see himself continuing his charge for a championship podium. For a man who's dropped some rounds, that is a fantastic achievement. It
really is, and you know, any round that he has contended at this year, he has podium, so he'll be looking to keep that run of form going here at the final in 360 Motorsport Park in Kerry. But look at this, glued to the door here of Sean Watt. Sean doing a good job in the lead position, but too little too late, as you said, Mike.
Yeah, so good battle practice there for Ryusei as well as he progresses. I would say definitely on to the next section. We'll have to confirm that one with you guys as well, of course, just as the official results drop in. And we can announce it is indeed Ryusei Akiba going through to the top 16, and Sean Watt with a good qualifying session there, but ultimately, Eddie, the track conditions and the grip, maybe the little M3 outer legs.
Yeah, look, and Sean will have enjoyed the opportunity to go up against a legend like Ryusei as well. So yeah, that'd be it'll be bittersweet, you know. Bad to go out top 32, but not bad to go out against you know, someone like Ryusei as well. So yeah, we move along anyway to our next battle, which will see Enda Lyons taking on Nicky Davey. So Enda qualifying well up the order inside that top 10. Nicky Davey a little further down the order. So on paper, the driver with a bit more to do here to try and get the nod into the top 16, but certainly don't rule him out.
Yeah, well, you are always a little bit more up against it when you are the lower qualifier, because the again, the lead car can decide how hard to go in his chase on the second run, having that knowledge of how the first run went. So Nicky Davey, look at this. Interestingly here from Nicky Davies, we have a beautiful close-up shot there of Adam Driver, our Pro 2 commentator and one of our media superstars, a superstar DJ as well, crossing the track. But look at this from Nicky Davey. He's actually hanging back, which he is fully allowed to do in order to just get a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of a drag here on Enda Lyons. So it's yeah, interesting here from Nicky Davey. Is he going to make it work? I think he's looking for real proximity from the get-go here, Ed.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be as he edges off the line there. I think outdone nearly by the way the marshal moves off the track there, so maybe not gaining the advantage that he was looking for, but he certainly gets it right onto the door nice and early as he looks to hunt down Enda Lyons and apply the pressure. Big dive now onto the door once again, and yeah, doing a really good job just to keep that proximity nice and steady. Not the perfect lead line from Enda from our position, but quite difficult to tell just exactly how wide he is. Oh, but he's tied on a little bit too much angle. Comes completely off that lead line. That's a huge mistake, Mike, and I think that could see a massive advantage in favour of Nicky Davey going into the second half of this one, where he'll have clean air in front of him.
Yeah, I was just looking down on it here from the tower, and Enda just dialed on a little bit too much angle, got cut out as a result. Nicky just about avoided a big collision there, and I think, as you said, Eddie, it's definitely going to be, you know, advantage Nicky Davey there leading into the second half of this run, because that was a big mistake, and Nicky looked okay in the chase apart from that. So just double checking that all is right with drivers there as our marshals give them the okay, and they make their way back up to the start line. Now Nicky Davey will lead, and Enda Lyons will be the chase driver. Wonder if Enda has a problem there, Eddie, or something, or was it just you know, was it just human error at that point of the track?
You know, I know it can get cold around here, Mike, but or sorry, it's a cold day today, but this track lends itself to overheating issues
does.
with the cars. Very easy for cars to get right up to temperature. There's not a whole lot of air going into the radiators, and
it's quite a big angle track, and it's quite low speed in you know,
yeah,
compared
and
to London or whatever.
it's quite sheltered as well down that back straight, you know, so they're never really getting straight enough for a lot of air to get into through the radiators to cool those cars down. So I'm just wondering, maybe was that the issue? Certainly when a driver takes an opportunity to roll around the circuit like that, it tends to be that is the case. Enda's missed a gear on the line, and he's gone, Mike. Nicky Davey away into the distance there, but he's after catching it back up. Davey not on the perfect line. Certainly looked like a missed gear, maybe not as they left the line, but certainly problems for end of line as he lost some ground, didn't get away the way he was hoping to.
Not a perfect line from Davey here.
No, but it doesn't really need to be either, is the thing, Mike. He just needs to get around the circuit. It's scrappy, and he wouldn't want it to be too much scrappier. He will be bleeding points here in the lead position, but I don't think it's going to be enough to overturn the big mistake from end of lines in the first run.
I don't know, Eddie. I mean, Nicky's line there once again falling victim to the grip levels here, I think, at 360 Motorsports Park, because he ended up at the end of zone 1 there very much on the inside of the track. He missed zone 2. Then, you know, not a lot of angle entering zone 3. Inda's doing the best he can here in the chase position, so I think it's going to be close. It wasn't a perfect lead there from Nicky Davey, despite the big mistake from Inda Lyons in the first one in the horseshoe here. So the judges' results are in, and yeah, Nicky Davey does progress to the top 16. It wasn't quite enough for Inda Lyons to claw it back. I would say a close result there, Eddie, and of course we can go to the judges in if we need to, but yeah, overall simple enough one there. The mistake from Inda just a little bit too big.
Yeah, I'd say it became closer than it really needed to be in terms of Nicky's lead run, just bleeding some points there, but just not enough of an error just to overturn the mistakes of the first run from Enda. So Nicky Davey moves it on to the top 16. It's the end of Enda Lyons for the 2025 season. We go back to our first battle in the top 32, the second half of this one, with Colin O'Sullivan, the Pro 2 driver, and Jakub Kuszczak, the former Pro 2 champion. Of course, contact on the first run with allowing Jakub Kuszczak to take a competition timeout. He does have the advantage going into the second half of this one. And again, clever driver, Mike. He's going to be holding back here a little bit. Knows he doesn't need to go too heavy. Just make a clean pass to the circuit and he'll see himself into a top 16.
Yeah, absolutely, Ed. Very intelligent chase driving here from Kuba, and doing everything he needs to do, just hanging back a little bit. He knows that Colin has made the decision for him. Colin O'Sullivan going off track, and the very, very local man from Kilflynn just across the road here from the track, and not the top 32 he'd have wanted, Ed, but you know what, he's a Pro 2 driver. He's taken the top step on the podium already this year in his own class, and I'm sure that we will see him back better and stronger than ever next season. But Kuba, I would say, will be a bit of a shoe-in for this one, Eddie.
Yeah, look, pretty straightforward. Over the course of the two runs, contact on the first one caused by the chase driver Colin, and then Colin, 10-0 against him on the second run. So pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and Kuba continues his championship charge as well, Eddie.
He certainly does, and that charge for the top 3. And of course, he will battle it out with Ryusei. And if my maths is correct, well, Kuba, probably around 20 points, 22 points. He would have clawed some of that back in qualifying, so maybe about 17 points in the difference between him and Ryusei. So third position in the championship will be firmly in his own hands. If the two were to meet in the Grade 8 and he was to go on and beat Ryusei, he would potentially secure himself that third place in the championship. Now,
look at this. Look at the arches on this car.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That is
straight from the forestry rally.
They're the craziest arches I think I've ever seen on any car, let alone a Mark II.
Against, then it's a GT86 with an LS V8 engine. I mean,
with pretty wild arches on it themselves. So in fairness,
absolutely.
Here we go. So two very cool cars, Ford versus Toyota, with a Honda engine thrown in for the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. It is Davin Leehy leading John McCarthy, or John Paul McCarthy, as we used to incorrectly call him back in the day. It's just John McCarthy, but we were trying to call him after the Pope at the time, I think, way back in the day. But John McCarthy is a very, very welcome addition to being back on the Irish drifting grid. Davin Leehy here, maybe with a little bit more experience at the moment, and a car which is a little bit more dialed in. But look at this, John McCarthy not letting him get away here, and the little Mark II that could crossing the line. But you know what, Eddie, I was speaking with John on the line briefly in practice. He reckons that car isn't even 1,050 kilos.
and it's got 380 odd brake horsepower, not
Yeah.
pushing it very hard at the moment.
No, certainly not. But misfiring as well in qualifying, he said. So just a misfire came into it, then went out of it. So hopefully no issues like that. But it's so great to see, one half of the McCarthy brothers back on the grid. And
so when you get a high compression Honda engine, you slap a different head, a different performance head on it, then you bolt a big Halstead turbo to it. You mean it could cause some mechanical issues?
Well, look, Mike, I think we all know that I'm the wrong person to be asking that question to, but that's what he says.
That's what he says. Well, strangely, but yeah. Obviously, you can have teething problems with such a crazy build as this. But let's see what he can do now from the lead position. It is John McCarthy from Tipperary, from Fethard in Tipperary, leading in Davin Leehy, just about sneaking into County Waterford on the Cork side. So it's Waterford versus Tipperary here. And it is youth versus a lot of experience. And McCarthy now with the perfect lead line. Davin Leehy looking for the side of the Mark II Escort. And a quick early transition from Leehy here. But McCarthy's doing everything right here, Eddie, in the lead position. Now Leehy's starting to find the side of the Mark II as McCarthy doesn't quite make it all the way to the wall. And Leehy now is very, very much in the pocket there.
But they almost made contact.
Very close.
At a very treacherous point on the track as well, Mike. That could be, things could very quickly get out of control there.
If McCarthy's car went off track there into the dirt, Eddie, it'd be at home.
It'd be right at home.
It'd be fine.
Look, I think he'd be more than capable of handling it. But
we might do a stage or two up the forestry afterwards. We're in a forestry here, so we might
absolutely. Why not? Just to see what he's made of.
Yeah, we could jump in there and navigate.
Yeah, so maybe when he gets knocked out. So let's see who's going to go through. Well, it is going to be Davin Leehy moving on to the top 16, but a welcome return to the grid for John McCarthy. As you can see, just ever the gentleman. Thumbs up to his competitor Davin, and shout out, of course, to Paul McCarthy, who's probably watching at home, minding the kids. Hope to see you back on the grid here someday as well.
He was afraid to come back in case he met me, Eddie. That's it.
Just met you in general and just not on the track, just in general. I can understand that, Mike. I can understand that.
Paul McCarthy, once again, my bogey draw back into the. We first battled in Watergrass Hill in 2007, I would say, when we were both feeling a little bit worse for wear of a Sunday morning in I believe it was D-Rift, and we did it many times since then. But yeah, good times as we move it along to Chris O'Callaghan and Fionn Roche. So once again, it is a little bit of rally influence, a rally car in the last run.
He's not ready to leave.
He's not ready to leave. Versus and in the next one, then it's a rally driver in the form of Chris O'Callaghan, leading us in as actually the
higher qualifying driver here, Mike. Interestingly enough, O'Callaghan out qualifying Fionn Roche. By quite a margin, 7 positions ahead of him.
And
so
you know what?
and
He's
doing a good job.
Here.
Fionn having problems, Mike.
Yeah, Fionn not getting the power down here. Not sure if he has an issue or if he just doesn't have the pace. But Callaghan's car looks to be good up. Yeah, Fionn Roche has issues here, guys. Fionn Roche shuts down the S14. Christopher O'Callaghan is gone away with this one, and he has one hand. Or 1 foot in the door, I should say, of the top 16. I was going to say one hand on the trophy. There's no trophy for this battle, Eddie.
Well, no, but I mean, this would be. If he goes on to take he just needs a clean pass to the circuit. Obviously, in the chase position, and he can be a little bit of a wild chase driver. It's hard to tame. Tame the beast sometimes. And
well, this guy's.
But he's got an opportunity to take a big scalp here because Fionn Roche is no slouch by any means.
No, is he on a 0 though, Eddie? Is Fionn on a 0 after that straighten? Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, I think he's completely shut it down there altogether. I think there's a 10-0, Mike. So
Christopher Callaghan maybe looking at a potential.
Yeah, you can see the car stopped on the track there. So
yeah, it's a 0 for Fionn.
The question here is, will Fionn be able to compete or contend the second half of this battle? He obviously has a 5-minute rule that he can call on. But is there something more terminal wrong with that vehicle?
So we're just hearing from Sean Healy once again, our head track controller here, that Fionn Roche actually debeaded a tyre. So Fionn Roche maybe suffering from the lack of pace there with a debead and just stopped in order to maybe not destroy one of those, I believe to be Strom wheels on that car, which would be in his 5 minutes.
No.
Sorry. So yes, Eddie, sorry, you had an announcement?
Yeah, sorry, it's actually just a media announcement. If you're a member of the media and flying a drone, please stop flying drones as they are interfering with the live stream. So if you're flying a drone, please bring them back in, and unfortunately won't be able to use drones for the rest of the afternoon. So
fly them up around the wind turbines.
Yeah, see how that goes.
They'd be grand there.
Play chicken with the wind turbines.
issue there for Fionn Roche. D-Bead, of course, the drivers running very low tyre pressures, as we always say, in the rear of these cars in order to find the grip, increase the contact patch, almost run like a half flat tyre in order to get lots of tyre down on the tarmac and let the tyre move around on the rim a little bit and maybe find the grip as well. So Fionn Roche suffering from his own, I would say from his own enthusiasm for going overly fast there, and it is 18-0 so far to Fionn Roche, and we move along to the next battle, Ed, and it is one of two guys here that move on, could go a long way into this one, I think, Eddie. It is, of course, Owen Magner and Jack Mawhinney.
Yeah, I think, certainly Magner has the ability to take down Mawhinney. Mawhinney, a very capable and confident driver on his own right, but certainly Magner with the ability, will the car hold up? I mean, it's been a tough year for him. Don't like to see either of these two guys go out, Mike, at this stage. But I think Magner, certainly from a point of view of finishing the season on the high, needs it, I'd say, a little bit more than Mawhinney does in terms of just having the desire in the off season to get back at it and get some seat time and come back renewed and revitalised for 2026.
Yeah, similarly livoured cars here actually, and beautiful battle from both drivers here. Mawhinney with the big transition there, just about got away from Magner. Mawhinney right on the wall right here, right under our noses. Beautiful chase driving then from the second half of the horseshoe from Magner, right in the pocket there, and a lovely run. The first really clean run I think we've had, Eddie, properly clean run so far in the top 32 with these tricky conditions and this very, very technical track with all these elevation changes and banks and cambers and everything. So maybe the driver's just about starting to get to grips with it now at this stage. And Eddie, as well, the spotters will be telling the drivers that everybody's catching lots of grip here, be aware of it. You need to drive harder or set up the car a little bit looser in order to deal with the conditions.
Well, as you rightly said earlier, Mike, really is a muscle memory track. So to try and move from, say, perfecting your qualifying line to then moving into getting set up for battles, it'll take maybe top 32, top 16 for these guys to really just get into the groove, and you can expect that these battles will start to improve as the day goes on, as they get more and more comfortable and confident and used to those conditions, get the setups right, and as we say, get that muscle memory going, particularly in battle format.
Well, you can't get the muscle memory going really, Eddie, either until you get consistent conditions, but we will have them for the rest of the evening, according to, as I always say, the app on my phone, which has gotten me drowned on the motorbike more times than I care to remember by relying on it, but it is saying that we are going to have a dry evening's battles here, so hopefully we do get the muscle memory dialed in, and the drivers with that consistent line, and that we get treated to some fantastic battles. As Owen Magner pulls to the line now, lead becomes chase, and we're ready to rock for the second half of this battle against two guys who have cemented their reputation as heavy hitters here in the pro class in the past few seasons. It is Owen Magner leading in Jack Mawhinney here. Mawhinney makes the big dive, look at this, right on the quarter panel, right on the door in fact of Owen Magner around the first corner. Yeah,
certainly does, goes for it right from the off, and Magner doing a really good job in the lead position. Just coming in and out of that wide line through that first section, but now gets back on it, nicely dialed, as Mawhinney just tries to
contact.
Yeah, contact, and Magner just completely just hits the escape road.
Yeah, so
was there contact, or did Magner shut off? I need to see that again. Just happened so quickly, but it certainly looked as though Magner maybe backed out of that, and Mawhinney just had to throw some angle on it to avoid a bigger contact.
Just want to see here, just in case it wasn't Mawhinney prevented Magner from transitioning. The angle we had on it initially wasn't the best. But let's just see this again one more time, and it does look like Magner shut down, but just to double check, when Magner wasn't rotating, that there was contact right there, Eddie. He stopped Magner rotating, and Magner didn't try to reinitiate.
I'm not sure, Mike.
I think he stopped him rotating.
I'm not sure. I would see, we got to look at it from the drone perspective. I'm not so sure. I think Magner has had a mechanical, and I think he's stopped as a result of that. I don't think there's anything there from Mawhinney. Open to be corrected.
Okay, well, let's see. You might be correct, Eddie. I stand to be corrected, but I thought I saw a little shunt there on the back of Magner's car. We're going to know in a second from this perfect angle from the drone. Oh, maybe you're right, Eddie. No, maybe you're right. The car just shunted a little bit, and maybe it was just Magner coming into a straight line situation.
Yeah, you can see.
You're right.
Yeah, he's looking at the bottom of the car, and he looks frustrated, and
Yeah, I thought I saw a little
understandably
shunt, but yeah, you're correct, Eddie. No contact. So just a shut off from Magner there, and Mawhinney doing a good job to avoid contact. And Mawhinney does progress to the top 16, and Magner with maybe just a drivetrain failure there, possibly looking at his own half shafts there, possibly Eddie or something, probably broke a shaft, and yeah, that's all she wrote for him.
Yeah, so unfortunate for the young man.
Yeah, and Owen Magner actually telling the marshals there that he just lost power, so good sportsmanship there from the Corkman. And
I just wonder, Mike, coming out of that hairpin, there's a lot of water coming down onto the track just from the paddock area, and I wonder between that little bit of wet patch and just the added bit of from going from wet to dry there, has that maybe just caused a shaft to be broken as a result?
Well, Eddie, with all tracks like Watergrass Hill as well, with sudden elevation changes and with wet to dry, from that sudden lack of grip to sudden grip, that's when you see drivetrain failures, and you could be absolutely right on that. When you get off the wet patch and all of a sudden you hit loads of grip, that could be what happened.
Well, here we go, two teammates on the grid. Alan O'Loughlin back behind the wheel of his own car, coming up against Adrian Wheatley. Look how incredibly well these Candy Culture cars are prepared, Mike. Always pristine, but Adrian getting a little bit caught in the hop here as she loses some ground early on, having to sacrifice a lot of line here now in order to try and claw her way back into this one. Alan O'Loughlin doing everything he needs to do in the lead position and looking fairly comfortable out in front here as Adrian, again, just cutting the circuit, straightening up just a little bit to try and get herself back into this one, but she just got caught leaving the line, Mike, and just no real way back into it there, as Alan O'Loughlin so clever in how he uses his line and his angle and his his throttle and his pace throughout the course.
Yeah, apart from the drifting there, Eddie, just can we appreciate for a split second what we're witnessing here on track, like two teammates, similar liveries, very similar colours, and we're having the 180SX versus the Silvia S13, the sister cars, obviously identical cars underneath, and just seeing these cars twin drifting on this track with the beautiful liveries and up here in the mountains in Kerry, what a fantastic spectacle it is just to see this.
It's grand, like.
Maybe I'm just an over the top drift fan, and
probably just a bit, Mike. But anyway,
back to the days of option DVDs that you find watching the Japanese drifting. But seeing two S13s, a 180 and a PS drifting against each other, and it's very cool.
No, to be fair, it's pretty cool that we still see machinery like this, on Irish soil and in competition. And here we go, second half of this one. Adrian Wheatley to lead in Alan O'Loughlin. Adrian just not getting onto that perfect outer line. Opens the door there for Alan O'Loughlin just to get on the door, but he's holding back. He'll know that he has the advantage going into this second half of this one, and the spotter will be in his ear.
Are they running the same spotter? Possibly not, though.
I'd say they'd have split the duties, but I think he's given Adrian some room to work here, and very cleverly now just starting to inch closer and closer and gain that proximity through the final section and just kind of cement and stamp his authority on the battle. And I think it's safe to say Alan O'Loughlin should be progressing through to the top 16.
Yeah, pretty the top 32 so far. It's all been the left hand side of the bracket so far, as we will move across to the right now, but it's been pretty cut and dried. Nothing too controversial. The battles have been pretty easily decided. So
yeah, well, you know what, I think we've got a whole lot of seriousness coming in the final quarter, we've been kind of saving ourselves for it, Mike, because you know what, the business end of this is coming up in about 4 battles time.
Big hugs all round, and we can announce it is indeed Alan O'Loughlin goes through to the top 16. No surprises there from that battle, but Adrian Wheatley, as we said in the track walk there, she's very much, Eddie, cemented her place in this class, and what a great addition she has been to the pro class. Yeah,
really has, and she's done herself proud this year. She'll be delighted with the performance that she's qualified most rounds, if not all of them, this year, and it's been a solid rookie season for Adrian, and she is flying the flag for the women and doing a great job at the same time. So
we go back to the second half of this battle, where we have to assume that Chris Callahan is at a 10-0 advantage over the Driftmaster driver Fionn Roche.
Yeah, now if you've been watching Chris O'Callaghan this season in the chase position, there's no chill button, and if his spotter is doing his job, he'll be screaming down the radio to saying, don't put yourself out of this one.
He's
and
not
this is what I mean, he's
Eddie.
not listening, because look at the amount of straightens here now from O'Callaghan.
Well,
and he's just
He's treading a fine.
Oh, there it is.
He's going to be on a 0 soon, Eddie.
Yeah, he's really starting to bleed those points. He needs to be perfect here, Mike, for the rest of this. Any more corrections, any more mistakes, and he could have himself facing one more time. Another straight in there for him. None of them are bad enough, Mike, but collectively are they, is the question.
Eddie, it's a 9-1 to Roche here at worst. It's a 9-1 at worst, if not a 10-0 to Roche.
I think there's enough mistakes here, Mike, for this to go one more time.
Yeah,
there's a lot of straighten here from Christopher O'Callaghan.
There's several.
Look, there's multiple.
I mean, he had the time as well to up his tyre
all
pressures
he had to do was hold back. And look, that's a huge mistake there.
Yeah, it's multiple straightens, and I think.
And then we're going to see another one here.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just left out a bit of grip out of the car.
Well, here we go. Mike's decision is in. Who's going through to? Oh, it is. It's a one more time, just like we thought, Mike.
Yeah. One more time for Flynn. I mean, a big get out of jail card there for Flynn Roche.
It's a huge get out of jail card for Flynn Roche, and Christopher O'Callaghan will be absolutely kicking himself. But these are the lessons you need to learn the hard way, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Just loosen the car up, put in a bit of tyre pressure in the pits when you've got a chance while you waited for Flynn to come back out, and loosen your car up. You're at a 10-0. Just float the car around the track in the chase position and take your win. But unfortunately, the car very gripped up there. It looked like, at least for Chris Callaghan, possibly Eddie, he might have had an issue. We don't know. Maybe he was having engine issues there and maybe lacking power or something.
Well, let's just very quickly go back to the judges. Kieran Hines, enough straightens and mistakes from O'Callaghan to overturn the 10-0 from the first half of that battle.
Yeah, that's correct, Eddie. Look, we have a rule, if roughly 2 to 3 car lengths of a straighten is a 0, and I mean there's been multiple times during that run he actually had those straightens, so we didn't even watch the drone back on the back straight, but I think he already had a 0 from the back straight alone, never mind. But at the very, very end there, he was shut down completely and just drove over the line. So, yep.
Great, there you have it. One more time, Christopher Callaghan go back to the pits, and Flynn Roche breathes a sigh of relief. He gets a second crack at the cherry. We move it on to the second half of the bracket. Second place qualifier Jack Caldwell to take on young Clark Hatton in a battle of Irish drifting's future here, Mike.
Yeah, 2 young guns from Northern Ireland making their way down here to compete in Kerry. Bit of a mistake there from Hatton though, and a second mistake straightened from Hatton, so he's in trouble here right away. Caldwell doing pretty much a good lead run here, but you know what, Hatton is going to be at a big disadvantage. Early transition from Hatton, and it catches him out as well. Straighten after that, now gets into the pocket, now finds where he wanted to be all battle long. But is it too little too late? I think it is. He's going to be struggling here, Eddie, and a nice finish to the run there after the horseshoe in front of us, but a lot of mistakes from Hatton.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you look back on it, really the story is about the mistakes from Hatton, but when you look at the lead line from Caldwell, I mean, it's actually phenomenal. He's on an excellent line throughout. So when you break it down between the lead and the actual chase with the mistakes from Clark, it's quite a gap between the two. There's quite a lot going on here, but that car just looks so difficult to drive. And it just seems to be that it's, track by track, it just handles differently. And maybe they just haven't unlocked the potential of that car fully just yet. They're certainly getting there. But for a guy with the ability of Clark Hatton to be struggling that much, it must be a handful.
It must be. I think we're going to see a lot better top 16, Eddie, because the drivers who progress will know the track conditions. It looks like everybody at the moment is well over gripped for this track and these conditions. Oh, look at this right there from Jack Caldwell. He doesn't really have to be this aggressive, Eddie, as we mentioned, like the Chris Callaghan battle. He's at an advantage here. All he has to do is do the intelligent thing in the chase position. Now he's leaving a little bit of a gap. Oh, Hatton over rotates. Almost contact between both drivers as our drone catches the almost contact, and it just seemed to all fall apart there, Eddie, a little bit for Hatton. Maybe too much grip, or possibly mechanicals that we're not sure about.
Well, it's usually quite telling when a driver has clean air in front of them.
We've just heard that it's a D-bead.
A D-bead, yeah. So interesting to see where. Very hard from the camera angles that we have, Mike, just to see.
Yeah, you saw he washed out there. Yeah.
So
D-bead there. So for Clark Hatton. So overall, not the best top 32 for Clark Hatton, but. They wanted to have this year, the Hattons wanted to have this year as a year to just, progress the car, dial it in, and then really attack the Pro 2 Championship next year, which I'm sure they will. So Clark Hatton, guys, round of applause for Clark. Bows out of competition, always putting on a show. And we can announce, of course, that Jack Caldwell books his place in the top 16. And this side of the battle bracket, Eddie, is absolutely, it's crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, look, I think it's becoming more and more regular that we see this type of thing, particularly at top level competitions like in Drift Masters and Formula Drift, where the big name drivers are all meeting in the same bracket or the same quarter of the bracket, and it's certainly now appeared here at this final round of the Lucky Day competitions Irish Drift Series. Dwayne McKeever, Dylan Garvey, Harry Kerr, all on the same side of the bracket. Throw in other names like Kieran Casey, Halford, it's very much stacked, and it doesn't make for, I suppose, a comfortable position or a nice finish to the championship for the likes of Harry Kerr chasing his first ever championship. He would want to win it with the likes of Dwayne and the likes of Dylan on the grid.
Yeah.
But I think at this point he'd much rather have faced Dwayne in the top 32 than have to go through Dylan potentially.
Yeah,
let's assuming it takes
after Kieran Casey.
Yeah, but I think the prospect of if he gets through Kieran Casey, then having to potentially take down Dylan Garvey before he even gets to Dwayne, the championship could be over by then. And I think that's the big thing. They could have met in the final in a fairy tale scenario, but I think
which we had 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but he's going to meet him at some point. But you don't want to have to go through the likes of Dylan Garvey in order to get there.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Adam Kelly, Ben Rogers.
Ben Rogers, didn't he have transmission issues in qualifying? Did we hear some kind of noise from under the car? Seems to be back out anyway. But yeah, definitely looking like, did he miss a gear or something there, Eddie? I'm not sure. On the way in, seemed to lack acceleration behind Adam Kelly, but now he's back in at least a little bit of battle formation where he wants to be. Ed here, Adam Kelly not with the perfect lead line either now, maybe leaving the door open a little bit for Rogers. Quite a shallow line from Kelly in front of us here, and Rogers then doing all he can in the chase position after a sketchy start to get back in the hunt here, Ed.
Yeah, we got an opportunity to look at the replay, and as you can see, yeah, it does look like he loses a lot of ground there, but it's not a great lead line from Adam Kelly here, and I think the gap with the lack of proximity maybe makes it look more advantageous to Adam Kelly, but when you break it down, the lead line just not perfect. It doesn't really get on the wide line through any of the big long outer zones, and does open the door for Ben Rogers to get back into it. I think the second half of this one's going to be telling, and I think if Rogers can put down a near perfect lead line, which he's more than capable of doing if that car's running right, we could be looking at a very close decision from the judges between these two.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We are going to be ramping up the excitement according as we go through the battle brackets. And again, as Eddie mentioned, it's all going to be happening in a couple of battles' time. This championship is about to take shape very, very much according as we go down to the bottom right-hand side of the top 32 bracket. But we will be ramping up the excitement, of course, as we progress into the top 16 and through the grade 8, etc. So we are ready to rock for the second half of this one. And lead becomes chase. Ben Rogers will lead us in. Just watch this one, Eddie. I'm not sure if he's after losing a cog out of the gearbox or something and maybe changed up. Let's see. Do we have uniform acceleration? We do. Yeah, perfect. No hassle this time from Rogers. Not sure what happened in the first one, but a really nice outside line now from Rogers. Kelly not so good. Definitely advantage Rogers here so far. Now Kelly's on a nice outside line, but Rogers is also on that pretty much perfect lead line this time, Eddie. Yeah, as Eddie's mic just drops out there, I can take over. But as you said, Eddie, perfect lead line there from Rogers. And yeah, Kelly doing everything he could there. But overall, I mean, you had the issue with Rogers on the first one where he lost proximity on the entry. Then you switched them around, and Rogers with a very, very nice, tidy lead run. Just watching it back on the replay here as Rogers transitions. Kelly does the same, little puff of smoke from the front of Rogers there as he left foot brakes. Like a really nice line from Rogers. Kelly does find the pocket in very much though, and didn't seem to cut the track a whole pile to do it, and they crossed the line. So I think it's going to be a tight one, Eddie, overall. Yeah, tight, but do you know what? I think Adam Kelly might just get the call. I think those errors just from Ben, just who's going to be? Is it going to be Rogers? Is it going to be? It's going to be Adam Kelly moving into the top 16. Guys, give it up for Adam Kelly. So unfortunate for Ben Rogers. Just not the way he would have wanted to end his championship season, and it does look a little bit dejected there. Be interested to find out what it was that went wrong when he left the line there, Mike, but so unfortunate. Yeah, it could have been just a misgear, Eddie. Could have been as simple as that, to be honest. But yeah, Ben Rogers bowing out. Once again, we'll be looking forward to seeing him back in action next season. And of course we do have the awards night in the middle of all that, Eddie. Always a good night out for IDS, so we will be seeing Ben hopefully that one as well. As we move it along to our third battle on the right hand side of the bracket, it's an interesting one. It is Jamie Hines chasing in Conor Duggan.
Conor Duggan on road tyres and Jamie Hines on semi-slicks.
Two Pro 2 drivers here, Eddie.
Exactly, one Pro 2 junior and two incredible talents, Mike, as we all often say, but really pulling it out of the bag. In qualifying, Conor Duggan qualifying 7th position, so well up the order inside that top 10 on those road tyres. So impressive. But things have dried out quite substantially here. It's going to be interesting because it's a pretty much standard rear end in the back of this S14. Grippy tyres, dry track. Be hoping for no mechanicals for Jamie Hines, but a bit of a straighten there from Conor Duggan as he comes out of outside zone 1, Mike.
Yeah, Conor Duggan got off the line actually very quick with the torque of that V8 or V7 or whatever it decides to be at any given time. But Jamie Hines with a bit of a mistake up the hill there as well. It looks very difficult to chase here today, Eddie. The grip levels seem to be very high. It's catching a lot of drivers out. Obviously you want to set the cars up with lots of grip, but it's catching guys out. Now Jamie Hines doing a better job. Drivers seem to be able to manage it quite a lot better in the teardrop, Eddie, but coming up the hill there is where it's catching the chase driver out quite regularly.
Yeah, very difficult. The elevation there is so intense and so much grip in the track, and obviously quite a new experience still for Jamie Hines driving on those semi-slick tyres. Not so bad in the wet conditions, Mike, with the added grip, but certainly in the dry it can present a huge problem, and really just trying to nurse that car around the place. But as you say, just from this point on, once he gets a little bit of a correction there, but he gets into the pocket then, tucks in, and he just stays there for the duration of the teardrop, and really starts to just apply that pressure and show exactly what he's capable of in the chase position, and almost rubbing front wheel to rear wheel there.
Yeah.
So really nice finish that run.
Good finish, but a big mistake up the hill, Eddie. Lots of big straighten, lots of ground covered as a straighten there by Jamie Hines.
Yeah, should be a little bit easier for him now in the lead position, not have to try and he'll be able to just use the fluidity of the car and
false start there.
No, I think he's just going to take an opportunity to cool down the car. Yeah, so
getting the sponsorship out there.
Absolutely,
it's probably a good time
Sport.
to do it as well.
It certainly is, Mike. Why not take the opportunity?
While he's doing that, and since he is a serious sponsor, Conor Duggan, we might as well just shout out some of our other sponsors here in IDS, guys, bringing drifting to you in Ireland. We are also supported by Strom Wheels, ECU Master, Turn Distribution, GMD Tyre and Service Centre, Nisuba, CDM Sport, who is on track at the moment, Group D, Duggan Factory, TS Drift Days, and we are also in with our media partners Shift AM and Drift Magazine EU. So be sure to support those sponsors, guys, as well as, of course, Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull, who make this series possible. And we leave the line. Still all to play for here, but I would say big advantage to Conor Duggan after the mistake by Jamie Hines. Now, Jamie Hines has to do a perfect lead run here. It's all he can do, and hopefully be fast enough to open out a gap. That's exactly what he's doing here. The big separation between both cars, possibly 3-4 car lengths down the bottom straight there, which the judges will claw a huge advantage back for Hines. So this one might still be in the balance here, as Hines now puts foot to floor and absolutely fills the outside zone here right in front of us in the tower. Both cars pass right underneath us here, slightly more inside line from Duggan, and the pace of the Sylvia there of Jamie Hines pulling away from the BMW of Conor Duggan. So you know what, I'm not sure if this one is cut and dried yet. Big mistake from Hines on the first one, a big straighten as he entered the uphill section, but a big gap opening up between both drivers, and Duggan even cutting the track a little bit as he came up the hill in order to find the proximity. But the forward bite of Hines there in the S14 seeming to be just a little bit too much for Duggan, who was a little bit at sea in the chase position, Eddie, and I think it might even have been enough to overturn the mistake.
Yeah, look, I think it wasn't a huge mistake from Jamie. I think he's done enough here, Mike, with that lead line. And yeah, look, there it is, Jamie Hines going through to the top 16. A shame that I was actually saying to Conor in advance of this battle, it's a shame that we have to lose a Pro 2 driver, but isn't it great that it was guaranteed to be one of them going through to the top 16?
Absolutely, they'll be delighted with that, Eddie. I mean, if you're driving in the Pro 2 class, getting to drive in the Pro class, it's a dream, it's a bonus. Your win either way, even if you don't qualify, you've probably had a good day, but to make it to a top 16 is an absolute dream.
So we got to go back to the one more time between Christopher O'Callaghan, the higher qualifier, against Fionn Roche. Fionn Roche with that get out of jail free card
You only get those in Monopoly and drifting.
Exactly, yeah. And Christopher O'Callaghan got the move straight to jail card, Mike, on his chase run, just over aggressive.
Well, he could be sent to the gulag here by Fionn Roche, but he's looking better this time.
He's certainly got his lead line again is really strong, Mike. Fionn much better in the chase position, no issues this time around, but of course it was coming into this teardrop that the wheels fell off the wagon, so to speak. But Christopher O'Callaghan showing that he really is improving in his consistency, but he's just dropping in and out of those outer zones. Gets back in it here now. Fionn Roche much steadier, and now O'Callaghan has a huge problem because he's got to be perfect in the chase position.
Yeah, he does. Like you said there, up to the teardrop here in front of us, or the horseshoe, whatever you want to call it. Callaghan looking okay, a little bit of a waver coming off of the bank on the first corner, but then Callaghan, well, let's wait for the replay and we'll just commentate over it, but looking good. Fionn Roche a little bit on the inside of the track, but nothing too hectic, nothing too bad. Now watch it from here as they pass us here in the tower. Callaghan just seemed to just lose a little bit of line there, and Fionn Roche doing a good job to kind of, modify his line and stay within the pocket there in the chase position. So I think it might be slight advantage Roche, but nothing major.
Yeah, nothing major, Mike, but as I say, this is the chase driving is the difficult aspect of drifting, and it's the part that Chris has struggled to really perfect, and it's only been a few short rounds of a championship season for him, and you can see those mistakes just starting to creep in. The thing about it is, this time around, he's got to go much harder in order to try and force the mistakes. But the mistakes, unfortunately, are coming on his end, and he's got himself caught on the inside of the track here. Maybe going to, he's got it.
He just had to pull out of it there. So a mistake there from Chris. Almost contact from both drivers, and the drama starting to unfold here at 360 in Kerry. And Callaghan there just overcommitting in the chase. Didn't leave enough room for Roche to rotate around as he transitioned, and had to bail out of it. Probably the intelligent thing to do, Eddie, because if he caused the contact and caused damage on both cars, he was at a loss anyway.
Exactly, yeah. Look, it was had the wherewithal to see that coming and get himself out of the picture. But Fionn Roche firmly definitely going to be breathing a big sigh of relief. That's he really has got away with one there. But you know what? We said it, Chris. He'll learn. You got to learn the hard way. He's not the first, and he won't be the last person to just go over aggressive in the chase position when they have a sizable advantage. We make it official from the judges. Fionn Roche does progress through to the top 16.
Well, Ed, I'm going to make a call here that, like, the SR20 power, we saw on Magner with it as well. It might not be the perfect power plant, the smaller engine for this track, which seems to be extremely gripped up and extremely easy to make a mistake on, especially in the chase position. So the SR will naturally, if it's making the same horsepower as the likes of a 2J, for instance, even a 1J or an RB25, it'll be a little bit more laggy as it does it. Just won't have the CCs to spool up the turbos as quickly, so probably a little bit more difficult to drive in Chris's defence there. As we move it along to plenty 2JZs, it is Paulius Judicious versus Johnny the Falcon Flynn. So it's Paulius Delicious Judicious versus Johnny the Falcon Flynn. And I can't call this one, Eddie. This one, we were speaking about this between us before the live stream. This is going to be a good one.
It really depends what Jonathan Flynn gets out of bed and what Paulius Judicious gets out of bed, because both of them are more than capable of taking down each other. This could go one more time all day. This could end in spins on. This could just. I think just watch it. I think it's the only way to do it, because both drivers. More than capable. Johnny with a big gap going into that first corner. Paulius now just having to really cut the corner, but speaking to his mechanic in the halftime show, it was a case of if it doesn't go right, we go in the beer. So it's win-win here for Paulius Judicious regardless. But Johnny Flynn will be certainly chasing that top 16 finish and doing a good job in the lead position. Could be a little bit better at points, but now it opens the door here for Paulius to get back into this one, as he looks to put a little bit of pressure on Johnny through the final sections, and certainly does so. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are the owner of a 131DL1071, and make sure that that's not my car, it's a 131DL1071 Kia Sportage. Can you move, as it's creating a blockage? So it's a 131DL1071 Kia Sportage. Please move that car as soon as possible, as it's creating a block. If you don't move it, we'll move it.
Exactly.
It's so been told.
Yeah.
I won't. Me and Mike personally won't.
We won't. We'll be here.
We'll be here.
We're nice fellas. We don't mind.
We won't be lifting it now.
But somebody angry will move it. So ready to rock with the second bit as Johnny Flynn and Paulius take a cool down lap. It is Navan County Meath versus Mayo.
Mount
Falcon in Mayo, exactly. Johnny the Falcon from Mount Falcon, perched on top of his...
Will he get his wings clipped by Paulius?
Oh, nice. Will Paulius ruffle his feathers? We used that one already in quality.
We use that one, yeah.
You're no... Will Johnny get his claws into Paulius? We're stretching here now.
You're stretching,
We're stretching.
Yeah.
But we might think of some more good ones as the battle progresses. We'll see. We'll bring them to you right away if we think of any more. He's away with the boards though, that Johnny Flynn. Sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Right, here we go. Second half of this one. Paulius to lead in Johnny Flynn, the TH Components boss man. Looking for that spot in the top. Oh, drops a wheel, bit of contact.
Yeah, big dive there from Johnny, I think, in the chase.
Yeah, but unlike the footballers, they don't take a dive and they keep in it. And here we go. Paulius on that perfect line as they come up the hill. Johnny tucks in, looking to just get that perfect transition to try and get back onto the door. Doesn't manage to make up the ground, but now tucks into the pocket. This is where Paulius really put the pressure on. Johnny now loses some ground though, gets caught in the smoke, keeps it going, and they go across the line. This one's close, Mike.
Yeah, it's definitely a close battle. We thought it was going to be, Eddie. Very similar machinery, S chassis with 2Js, and very similarly talented drivers, and relatively similar experience. Maybe slightly more experience with Paulius, I think, but overall quite a similar level of machinery and driver, and we knew it was going to be a close one as a result. As we just go back here, and the judges are just wanting to see what happened there when it appeared that Johnny Flynn made the big dive, but was it because Paulius ran a little bit wide here and went slightly off track, lost the grip, maybe got caught a couple of the marbles? It was. I think Paulius actually went a little bit wide and put a tyre on the concrete there, Ed.
Yeah, and it's marginal as well, Mike. It's only a small little error. It's not like he goes, off by quite a bit, but it's enough to be a talking point. It's enough to make a difference to the chase driver, and Johnny Flynn certainly had to make adjustments as a result. So did that cost him then proximity? But judges having a good discussion about this one.
Yeah, judges having a good chat. We can sometimes eavesdrop on them there on our left hand side, but they are of course mic'd up to each other and each other alone with headsets, and can discuss this one in great depth. Now look at that. I think Paul is, it's a little bit 6 1/2 dozen in the other idea, as we often say. It's a little bit of a grey area, so it's up to the judges, but definitely Paulie has dropped the wheel. Johnny was on a charge anyway, but maybe the lead car did slow up slightly, but it's not a huge issue either. It's not going to be a totally run defining moment. So we are hearing a possible result dropping in here, Eddie.
Yes, Mike, and I don't think there'll be too many people. Oh, look, they're having a good time out there anyway, interacting with the crowd, and it is going to be a one more time. I think they're both enjoy the opportunity and the prospects of a one more time. Look, they're having a great time down there, hugs all around, and as I say, two of the nicest guys on the grid, two of the friendliest guys, big characters behind the scenes, and you know what? I think they were having fun. They won't mind running that one back.
Absolutely, and the crowd down there at the end of the bank there on the second corner with one of the best views in drifting. I think they're down on the Duggan factory banners with a fantastic position.
Mike, the time has come. We have made it to the final quarter of the top 32, and this is where things get serious, because every battle from here on in, the next 4 battles, has championship implications. Dwayne McKeever currently sits in second position, 8 points behind Harry Kerr. He has to now take down Stephen Halford, and already you can see the difference in grip, pace and machinery here as Dwayne McKeever gets right onto that perfect qualifying line. Halford, who would normally have his 2JZ powered E36 here and would have been a little bit more in this fight, is struggling to keep pace. He's having to sacrifice his circuit, and if Harry Kerr was watching on, this is exactly what he doesn't want to see. What he wanted to see was Stephen Halford chasing down the door, putting the pressure on McKeever, but right now McKeever looking flawless. 3-time Irish, 3-time UK champion, multiple-time contender and podium winner in the Drift Masters Championship, one of the most decorated drivers in world drifting. And can he add one more notch to his belt? Well, all signs are pointing in favour of that right now at the moment, as he looks very calm and comfortable out on circuit, Mike.
Yeah, as you mentioned, unfortunately Stephen Halford having 2JZ problems in his main car, so falling back on his old car and his spare car with the M3 engine. But as we see, we keep on about the grip levels here in Kerry this weekend, and maybe the M3 just out of legs a little bit for Halford. Now guys, if we go back to the point situation, Harry Kerr is currently 8 points ahead of Dwayne McKeever after qualifying. If Dwayne McKeever gets knocked out here for any reason, that automatically, Eddie, means that Harry Kerr wins the championship here.
It certainly does, yeah. So anything can happen from here on in, but it needs to be one pass of the circuit without any issues here for Dwayne McKeever in order to stay in the fight. He's done his first job right, which was qualifying. Next job was to put in a perfect lead line in his top 32, which he's done. Now he just needs that perfect chase, and he's finding it here against Halford. He's doing everything he can in the lead position, but you know what? Going in against Halford is probably one of the best things that McKeever could have hoped for, because he's one of the most perfect line drivers on the grid, and that transition, as you rightly pointed out, Mike, absolutely incredible from McKeever as he takes all the risks, but he's looking for all the marbles. He gets caught in a cloud of smoke, but he makes it across the line crucially. And Mike, I don't know, I think McKeever has a foot in the top 16.
Eddie, that's McKeever throwing down a gauntlet. He's throwing down a marker. He says, you know what, guys, I've won this battle already, but I'm going to show you how good I am. I'm going to gauge myself for the next battle. He's setting himself up here, Eddie, assuming he's gone through, but I have to assume from that chase that he has. Look at this transition. He almost took the headlights out of his S15 and made it work perfectly behind Halford. He's showing the world class, and basically he's saying, okay, Harry Kerr, these guys are good buddies as well, they're going to be having fun, but he says, okay, Harry Kerr, it's over to you now, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's over to the judges. The decision is coming true. Will it be Halford or will it be Dwayne McKeever to keep the championship hopes alive? And it is McKeever moving on. The Northern Smoke Machine takes a spot in the top 16 and says, Harry Kerr, over to you.
And indeed it is over to Harry Kerr, who we will see in action in a couple of battles time. In the meantime, the men who will have to face off against Dwayne McKeever will be battling next, and they're both on the line. It is young Marcus Heinen. It is the up and coming Ballincollig driver against Darren Barnett, who has, I would say, Eddie, about 15 years of experience.
Yeah, easily. And he's been drifting for a while as well. So here we go. Darrell Barnett leaves the line in that lead position. Not the perfect lead line, but he does open up quite a sizable gap here to Marcus Heinen, as Heinen tries to get himself back into this one, the Pro 2 driver.
I still laugh at you, Eddie, you're an awful man, but yeah, indeed, Darrell Barnett, with all his years of experience in drifting and otherwise, doing a nice job there in the lead line and opening up the gap unusually to Heinen. Oh! Contact, just as we said. Barnett ran wide and caught the tyres, shut it off, and it has to be a mistake from the lead driver, causing the collision there with Heinen, and a good shunt between both drivers here.
Yeah, really big shunt, and you can just see, as we said, look, not the perfect lead line there from Darrell in any ways, but Marcus, as you say, just the Pro 2 driver, just struggling for the pace. But it's never over till it's over, Mike. And yeah, as you see coming into the teardrop here, Darrell Barnett gets into that zone. Maybe not perfect, but this is where it starts to go wrong here. He slows quite a bit.
Slows quite a bit.
So he obviously sees it coming, Mike.
I don't know, was he heading for the tyre? Yeah, he was heading for the tyres, that's for sure. So it's a slightly unusual place to go off. It's not unheard of. Usually the drivers are nicely in their line and settled into the arc of the corner at that stage, but Darrell there maybe just pushing a little bit too hard or something, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe that's...
maybe he got a DB 80 or something, you don't know. You know, it's hard to know.
Yeah, they're queued back up, so you'd expect maybe if it was a DB that be gone back inside or, you know, pointing the car over that direction, but yeah, no signs of anything like that. But I think perhaps just stayed in it a little bit too long, because...
Yeah, let's see. He was right on the wall here, and okay, you know what happened to Med? He cut the track. He essentially went to the left and then the right. He just didn't stay on the outside arc all the way. He came away from that perfect line and then tried to get back into it and went a little bit too far to the right.
And it does camber off there quite a bit.
It does.
You know, so it's very easy. It's you know, you just get that a little bit wrong, and it does pull you down towards those tyres. And I think that's essentially what's after happening to Darrell Barnett. But it's opened up the door for. So young Marcus Heinen.
Did they hit wheels? Was that why the car jumped into the air? Did both cars collide on the wheel? In which case, there's quite possible that there's good damage done. The E46 rear suspension would be a little bit more sturdy. I think the hubs can take a little bit of bending on them for sure. They've got a big rear trailing arm. The Sylvia has multiple control arms on the rear camber and toe on traction, and they're a little bit more susceptible to bending, I think, because they're not quite as beefy. So we'd have to see. Is that a broken wheel on Marcus's car? Or is it just it's just a black sticker? Is it? Yeah, it's just a black sticker, I think.
No, it looks like it is actually broken, Mike. You're right. And it
let's
looks.
have a look.
Yeah, there's a big break in it. Quite a sizable break in that wheel.
Yeah, so Marcus Heinen definitely getting some damage on that car, which is to be expected after that. Not sure if it's pointing the right direction either, Eddie, which will mean, of course, if the judges do deem that, which is what we expect to be the lead driver's fault, then Marcus will be given a competition timeout to fix his S13, because the damage incurred would, of course, be the fault of the lead driver, not Marcus's fault, because he wasn't expecting in a full acceleration zone there, wouldn't be expecting the lead car to slow. But Eddie, we have to move on. We'll get back to that. Here is another one, not directly affecting the championship, but it'll be one affecting the championship, because these guys have to get through one of these two drivers in order to win it.
Yeah, look, and I think this is in no way any disrespect to Matt Darren here, but Pro 2 driver doesn't have the experience that Dylan Garvey has. If he takes down Dylan Garvey, or if something goes wrong here, he would be expected not to beat Dylan Garvey. The machinery is different, the experience is different. But if something goes wrong, if he maybe just has the battle of his life here and takes down Dylan Garvey,
he is capable of it
on his day.
He is. And he has 2 turbos.
Harry Kerr will definitely be watching this with a keen eye, because he'll be hoping for Matt to take down Dylan, in my book.
He'll be watching it from his driver's seat, Eddie, because he's up next and he's going to be watching it with a very, very keen eye. So yeah, guys, this is a huge battle for the championship, indirectly, but it will still affect it, because Harry Kerr or Kieran Casey will have to go up against the winner of this one next, as Dylan Garvey, the higher qualifier, leads in Matt Darren with the twin turbo V8.
Yeah, and look at the aggression from Matt straight from the off. He is coming for it here, and spoke to Dylan Garvey in the break. He wasn't discounting Matt Darren one bit. Matt is right with him, and he's putting the pressure on here, Mike. He's coming for it, and he just needs to keep in it. Touch it, goes, dips into the inside of the track there just a little bit, trying to keep that proximity. Look at the line though from Garvey. Oh, and Matt shuts it down a little bit, has to maybe tuck down into the inside, bit of a straighten, and it's just not able to keep with the pace of the car of Dylan Garvey, and that's the difference, Mike. That's what we're speaking about. It really needs, all things just need to fall in favour of a Pro 2 driver in a Pro 2 car coming up against a driver that's Drift Masters level.
Yeah, absolutely, Ed. Again, zero disrespect to Matt. He's one of the top guys coming up through Pro 2 and a great guy on the grid. It's just Dylan Garvey is different gravy. As we said, he joins the group that we say Harry Kerr sat at the table with this year, which is Dwayne McKeever, James Dean, Jack Shannon, Connor Shannon, Tomas Kiley.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a Pro 2 driver versus a driver that is comfortable to be discussed in the circles of the McKeevers, the Shanahans and the Deans, like you say. So it's certainly no disrespect. We got the second half of this one, and who knows, absolutely anything can and does happen here in drifting. And Matt Darren now with clean air in front of him, more than capable of putting in the perfect lead line. Can he find it here? Can he force a mistake from Garvey from the lead position?
There,
exactly, yeah, some mistakes coming into the run from Garvey from the chase position as he looks to try and find a way into the top 16. But look at the smoke here from Matt's E36. Incredibly well built car, incredibly well put together, and he nerves of steel here as he holds his own here with Garvey. But Garvey, ever so clever, just keeping a safe distance, now looks for the door, puts that extra little bit of sauce onto it, and they get themselves across the line. And you know what? I think it was a valiant effort there from Matt Darren, and certainly didn't look anyway out of place. But I think Dylan Garvey may have just had enough over the 2 runs, Mike.
Yeah, I would say so. He would have been the favourite coming in as well, just because of his experience, like you mentioned, and the level that he's at. But Matt Darren doing a good job overall on the 2 runs. But I would say that Dylan looks like he has the advantage, and we'll just make it official. Both guys having fun. Guys, round of applause for Matt Darren and Dylan Garvey. And your winner going through to the top 16 will be Dylan Garvey. And we will see him possibly putting the cat amongst the pigeons in this championship fight, but we'll have to see, as Matt Darren, always the sportsman, always happy, always smiling. So he built a twin turbo to beat his wife, Eddie, because she beat him in Watergrass Hill.
And she beats him quite a bit, but look at the fun they're having down there. This is what I love about drifting. Look at that. Matt, absolutely delighted. Dream weekend for him. And, for me, an opportunity to go up against somebody like Dylan Garvey for any Pro 2 driver is a win in its own. You know, you don't expect to win. There's no pressure. Just go out there, have a good time, and look good doing it. And that's exactly what he did. As we go back to the one more time between Paulius Judicious and the Falcon, Johnny Flynn. Can Paulius knock the Falcon off his perch? Well, we are about to find out.
I've no words, Eddie. I've no words. I'm out of words. That was yet another
Here we go.
related pun. Yeah, well done.
Johnny to lead them in. Both these drivers really growing into the event, looking better and better every time they make a pass at the circuit. Johnny looking really comfortable on that wide line. Really seems to have that car dialed in. And Paulius losing a little bit of ground here. He's going to need to find something special here because this is a bigger gap than he had in the first battle, and he's really given the opportunity here for Johnny Flynn. Maybe Johnny just, reset himself, made the necessary adjustments, and he's not ready for an early bat just yet, it looks like, as he absolutely stomped through that lead run. Really impressive there from Johnny Flynn. Paulius with what seemed like very little answer, Mike.
Yeah, very impressed with Johnny there on that one. Loving the early bat pun as well there for the plumber, but really impressed with Johnny's line there overall. Maybe not, while it's not perfect, I don't think anybody's being perfect in this track, as you can see if you're watching here live or at home. It is very, very difficult. These are the top guys in Ireland, and they're all struggling with the line and the grip levels on this track, and according as we do go down through the battle bracket, I think that'll improve, but everybody's struggling. So Johnny doing a good job in the lead, and Paulius not quite with an answer. So they get a cooling down lap. Of course, these cars making mega heat, Eddie. Big 6-cylinder JZs in the bonnet of a mid-sized coupe of a Silvia. Making
very difficult to keep the temperatures under control around here with a JZ. I know we get ourselves ready for the second half of this one. Johnny Flynn, of course, rocking those strong wheels on his impeccable S14.
He's an impeccable man, Eddie.
He certainly is. Here we go, second half of this one. Paulius to lead them in, and Paulius. Does Johnny?
He's not got an impeccable entry here.
No, and Johnny's got it all wrong, and he's. Oh, Mike, that is. You know what? That's heartbreaking for Johnny Flynn. I'm not sure what went wrong there.
It all went wrong, Eddie.
It really did.
It all went. He over rotated. So
I'm not sure. Maybe issues with the car. It's uncharacteristic.
Well, Eddie,
Johnny may not be the top level pro driver, but a very, very talented driver and capable behind the wheel, and very unlike him to see an unforced error of that caliber unless there's a mechanical.
You'd never know. I mean, the cars were being tried to cool down. ECUs can cut out these cars if they hit a certain threshold.
It never got going at all. Yeah,
I know. Then maybe if he missed the gear, you're panicking. You're like, oh no, and then you try to overcompensate in the car. You press all the buttons together, pull all the levers. So he might have just.
Well, when you look back at the replay, he never really gets the car. Missed the gear, so we're hearing that he missed the gear, and you can see it. I was going to say, he never really got the car going, gets it into gear, and then he's on the wrong line, and as soon as you can see him demonstrating it there to Paulius. Guys, give him a round of applause. But it will be Paulius Judicious going into the top 16. And that is the last that we will see of Johnny Flynn in 2025 in the Irish Drift Series.
We might have to see him at the awards night.
Yeah, I think maybe Johnny will take the few beers that Paulius was going to have should he go out. So, look, unfortunate. These things happen, Mike, and just goes to show such a simple thing like a missed gear, and it could make or break a weekend. It could even make or break a championship.
It can.
And the championship is exactly what is on the line right now.
Speaking of which, exactly. Championship is exactly what's on the line right now. So Dwayne McKeever, guys, has progressed to the next battle bracket in the top 16, meaning that he has gained obviously some points over Harry Kerr. Harry Kerr had been 8 points ahead of him coming into the battles. Now Harry Kerr, in order to stay in the championship race, Eddie, has to win this battle.
Yes, because right now Dwayne McKeever is actually leading the championship.
Correct.
So here we go. This one is absolutely huge. This is what Harry Kerr has been dreaming about. This has been the goal for the last, probably 10 years, if not longer.
And he came so close last year, but Alan Hines took the win in the end right here.
Exactly, and what an opportunity it would be to do it with the likes of Dwayne McKeever on the grid. This is the opportunity that drivers dream about, but he's got to go through Kieran Casey, and right now this is a nightmare situation because he has to win. He cannot leave anything to doubt. Track conditions have changed, they've dried up, but he is one of the best in the business. He is one of the best in the country. Harry Kerr finds his way into that outer zone, not not perfect by any stretches so far, but it's enough to open up a little bit of a gap here to Kieran Casey, who straight lines a little bit and does a huge favour for Harry Kerr, makes a mistake and goes onto the inside of the track. Harry Kerr now settles himself, and the nerves will be settled far more if he can just get himself through this battle. Now Casey finds the door, he finds the rear quarter of the E46 of Harry Kerr, but the Kerminator shows nerves of steel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can still see it creeping into his mind there, Eddie, a bit what's at stake here. But overall, he kept his nerve throat to run. Kieran Casey with a quite a scrappy chase run there, unfortunately for him. And Harry Kerr holding it together. Not a perfect line, but I think according as the battles progress, we're going to see the guys just enjoying
themselves. Do you know what,
more
Mike?
and more.
It's due enough to win at this point.
Absolutely.
It's just due enough to win. And at this moment in time, he's done enough to give himself the edge here. It's not over. We have the second half of this one, but do enough to win. Garvey, crucially, isn't looking, unstoppable.
No,
Garvey. He's looking good, and it's going to take a lot to take him down if Harry Kerr can get there. But he's beatable today, and that's key. Kerr, I think if he gets this one under him,
I think he'll be more
settle.
settled. Yeah, I think he'll be more settled, exactly. I genuinely do. And also remember that Harry Kerr's party piece is a chase driver, but we are seeing him cooling down here, guys. His 2JZ is overheating here possibly as well. So Harry Kerr taking an extra cool down lap here because those temperatures seem to creep up at this track, Eddie, more than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're the drivers, from a driver and mechanical point of view, we're almost blessed that the sun isn't shining here in Kerry, Mike, because this track really is, it's just so tough to keep the temperatures down. But we are almost ready to go with the second half of this one. We already know McKeever is in the top 16. He took down Stephen Halford, and he will be going against Barnett or Marcus Heinen. But that won't matter for the moment, because what does matter is that Harry Kerr is at a points deficit, and if he does not win this battle, if he doesn't take down Casey right here, right now, then he is going home with second place in the championship. He tucks in behind Casey as Casey fulfills a perfect lead line through that first section. Harry Kerr right there with him, doing exactly what he needs to do, holding back, holding his nerve. It all comes down to this for Harry Kerr right now.
The nerves, Eddie, it's all on the line. It is literally all on the line right here. If he makes a mistake, that is all she wrote. He's doing everything right so far. Kieran Casey's not making it very easy there with that funny line coming into the teardrop. But Harry Kerr does everything bang on. Kieran Casey now is back on line. Beautiful finish to the left on Casey, and Harry Kerr crosses the line right alongside him there, Eddie. And I think he's after doing plenty enough.
I think so, Mike. Inclined to agree with you. I think it's a perfect chase, and not so perfect lead line there from Kieran Casey, particularly coming through the teardrop. Just not filling those zones the way he would have wanted. I think Harry Kerr will go back, and you know what? I've never seen a chink in his armour before today, and he looked a little bit unsettled earlier on in the break, but he is going through, and he regains the championship lead. He's in the top 16, and the fight continues, Mike. You know what? It makes no difference to my life, but I'm on edge, so I can only imagine what it's like for these guys, and he will go up against Dylan Garvey.
So it's McKeever versus whoever wins.
We don't know yet, yeah.
Whoever wins between Marcus and Darrell Barnett, it's McKeever versus them, and it's Dylan Garvey versus Harry Kerr in the bottom right-hand side of the bracket. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, look, we throw around the line. You couldn't write it. You couldn't script it in drifting. These guys haven't been on the same quarter of a bracket, I think, all season long. It's always been the finals where they've met, or Final Four,
they've
grade
qualified first and second as well.
Yeah, and it's only at this point. You want it to come down to a battle between the two of them to decide it. You don't want them to be knocked out. And no disrespect to Dylan Garvey here, and I think he even felt a little bit awkward when I spoke to him. He has an awkward part to play in how this championship is decided.
He does. I met him yesterday. He was down at Group D, as I mentioned, getting half shafts, and I said to him, you're the one. You're the spanner in the works here. It's you.
But here's the thing. Both our top two are in the top 16. Dylan Garvey and Harry Kerr, that battle may not matter, because if one of these two drivers, Marcus Heinen or Darrell Barnett, whichever one progresses, can take down Dwayne McKeever, well then Harry Kerr automatically wins the championship, and what happens between Dylan Garvey and Harry Kerr at that point will be irrelevant, and nobody will even care. So we could be worrying about something that may not even matter.
Well, it really is in their own hands, Eddie. Their destiny is in their own hands, because if they keep going, they just have to keep winning the battles, and if they do, whoever keeps winning wins this championship. It's as simple as that.
That's exactly it, Mike. You've broken it down to the bare bones.
That's as easy as it gets. So the man to face off against Dwayne McKeever. Remember, I think we're going to see a big advantage here for Marcus Heinen, the Pro 2 driver, because Darrell Barnett went off track, hit the tyres and caused the collision between both drivers. I wouldn't say it might not even be, was it a 10-0, Eddie? Was their total stop? Probably was. Well, that wasn't total stop, but we'll have to see what the judges say. But you know what? If Heinen has a nice lead run here, I think it's going to be Heinen progressing.
Yeah, look, whatever way you look at it, quite a sizable mistake from Darrell Barnett, and certainly opens the door here for Heinen Jr. to, and again, Darrell Barnett just manages to avoid the tyres this time around, but just starts to drift off a little bit too wide there as he exits the teardrop. And as you say, with that big mistake, could it be Marcus Heinen, the Pro 2 driver, moving into the top 16 to face up against McKeever? I think if you're Harry Kerr, you'd be wanting to see Darrell Barnett with the experience maybe going up against McKeever.
Yeah, possibly, but the hunger of Heinen, he's like, I'm up against Dwayne McKeever here, should he progress? And you know what, that might be enough of incentive to go harder than he's ever gone in his life. So the judge is just watching this one back once more, watching the replay back of Barnett hitting the tyres. I would say it's a kind of a cut and dried case here, Eddie, that Heinen goes through, but let's have a look at this one. I mean, there wasn't a lot of proximity, to be fair, between Barnett and Heinen up to that stage, so it would have been Barnett at a big advantage before the collision with the tyres.
Yeah, and the question then would be, would it have maybe brought it back to, a 5-5, 6-4 kind of scenario?
And Barnett drives across the line.
Well, look, that run finished.
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of got to assume that it was a 10-0.
You have to assume it was a 10-0. Barnett drove across the line after the collision.
Of course, we could be wrong. We are just mere morons.
Absolutely.
But here we go. Who's going through to the top 16? It is Marcus Heinen, and you are correct, Mike. No need to go back to the judges. Pretty straightforward. We can assume that there was that 10-0 on the first run.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Marcus Heinen takes the final spot in the top 16, and we are left with 16 drivers, Mike. And the drama continues. No championship decided just yet. Harry Kerr maintaining that championship lead. And we have some battles coming up that are going to, from a spectator point of view, very enjoyable, mouth-watering. From a driver point of view, if you're in the hunt for the championship, not exactly ideal situations. But you know what? This is what you put yourself... you bring yourself to these events to put yourself in those types of situations as well. So I think they'll be relishing the opportunity just to have the opportunity itself.
Absolutely, Eddie, have to agree. And that is all she wrote for the top 32, which was a little bit challenging on drivers. I think they found the grip levels very difficult, I would say, out there. But you know what? All those guys who progress now, they've had a run of the track, couple runs of the track, in fact, and they'll know a little bit better on the setup. And sometimes, Eddie, you can let the car set up exactly the same way and drive a little bit harder, and that makes up for the extra grip as well. The bit of extra momentum makes up for the grip. So we do have the Hard Charger Award as well, guys. If you are watching here live at the track, you can vote by going on the Irish Drift Series YouTube and just put in your votes there on the YouTube comments. If you are watching online on YouTube, pretty self-explanatory. You can get into the YouTube comments and just drop in your vote for the Hard Charger Award. We will be giving out a trophy for that award, and whoever captures your imagination, whoever you think is the guy who deserves that award for this round, be sure to get in the votes on YouTube. Or girl, indeed, it could be Adrian Wheatley or girl. So get in your votes, guys, for the Hard Charger Award. We will tot them up at the end of the event and award that trophy before the podium here in a couple of hours' time here at 360 Motorsports Park in Kerry. So just as we grid the top 16, we're just going to go to a couple of ads for a couple of minutes, guys. We'll be back very, very shortly.
is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final round of the Irish Drift Series, brought to you by Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull. There is an incredible title fight on our hands. We are in the top 16, and our first battle will be one of the Garvey brothers, David Garvey, to take on last year's Pro 2 champion and our top qualifier today, Jakub Krzyzak. Jakub, of course, Mike, as we've mentioned, in the hunt for top 3 finish in the championship, and do you know what? Back-to-back seasons for him in between Pro 2 and Pro last year, and now another strong finish in Pro. He's really knocking on the door, and certainly a driver to watch in terms of championship potential for the future. But they leave the line. It is Jakob to lead in David Garvey. Garvey hoping to, well, get his own taste of silverware here this weekend and get himself back on the podium if he can do so. But he's going to have to take down Jakob here, and Jakob on a really nice wide line, as we've become accustomed to seeing from the Polish driver. And he just starts to turn the screw here now as he pulls away from Garvey. Garvey trying to find that little bit extra, but he just can't get the proximity, getting lost in the smoke, Mike. And what a smoke machine that is 14.9 is. And
yeah, just look at the cloud of smoke here that he's after leaving on track, Eddie. Absolutely crazy stuff as the sun starts to come out here now. Engine temperatures are going to increase, track temperatures are going to increase. They're going to be going through tyres a little bit quicker as well as the temps increase. And yeah, everything's going to get turned up. Another couple of dials here now for the top 16, Eddie, and we're seeing it already. The battles a little bit better, a little bit less sketchy, I think, a little bit more consistent. And as you said there, Kuba looking to cement his place as one of the top guys in Ireland. He's doing it very, very quickly. And you know what? Let's not count him out in this third place championship chase yet.
Yeah, well, crucially for him in that that third place championship hunt, he will on his own right come up against his rival Ryuse potentially in the top 8. So all those positions will be potentially decided. Our championship order will be decided by the end of the top 8 one way or another.
Yeah, and Kuba qualifying first, of course, getting a huge amount of championship points out of qualifying alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximum points 11 on the available for qualifying in first position. So that will have gained him an advantage on Ryuse as it was. So second half of this one, Garvey to lead in Jakub Kryzczak.
Yeah, and look at where Jakob is positioning himself, Eddie, just to get the run on the lead car, and it's worked for him. Look, he's right there with the lead car. He can play with it now. He can position himself where he wants. And he just leaves a bit of a gap. Oh, Garvey drops a wheel like we've seen a couple of drivers before him do. Loses a bit of speed as a result. Kuba makes the adjustment, stays right in the pocket, and now dives onto the door of Garvey. This twin S chassis, twin 2JZ battle. Kuba almost caught in the pocket again, just leaves Garvey a little bit of room to transition. Nice outside line now from Garvey, getting to grips with his newly built S13. But look at this from Kuba. Two Group D sponsored cars here as well. Of course, these guys knowing each other well, and yeah, a fantastic run there. But I would say Kuba looking super good in the chase there, Eddie.
Yeah, you can just see he's just such a clever driver, Mike. You can see just how he drops back here and then just shoots through, makes that dive onto the rear quarter of the PS of Garvey. And yeah, Kuba just, you know, he's ice running through his veins. He's such a cool customer. Loses a small bit of ground, but he's able to just get it back right there and tucks back onto the door, and he just stays there then for the remainder of the run. And you know, as they both get out of the car, guys, give him a round of applause. David Garvey, Jakub Kryzczak, who's going through to the top 8? Will it be the Polish driver, or will it be the Waterford man? It is Jakub Kryzczak. Moves into the Grade 8, and his hunt for a top 3 finish in the championship continues.
Absolutely. And Dave Garvey actually at the bottom of Kilkenny, Eddie, so I always call him a Waterford man as well, but I've had to correct myself so many times. So
yeah, I regularly make the mistake, Mike. I don't know why.
Because Waterford land grabbed loads of land off Kilkenny, that's why. And we won't go into politics here. Cork is the best anyway, we all know that. So, moving along, it is Jakub Kryzczak still in the chase for third place in the championship. But so is this guy. After dropping a couple of rounds, goes to show how good he's been when he's been here. Ryuse Akiba versus Nicky Davey, and Ryuse Akiba could set himself up for a battle that will decide his third place in the championship. What a dream that would be, travelling over from Japan, dropping a couple of rounds, I believe. Was it 2 rounds?
Yeah, 2 rounds missed for Ryuse. Imagine where he'd be had he been here. You know, we could be looking at a completely different championship situation, but as we have it, here he is fighting for third in the championship. And Nicky Davey doing what he can here to stay in the fight, but just struggling to keep the pace very straight down the back straight.
Yeah, Nicky Davey completely losing drift there in the chase position. It's going to hurt him hugely, and he does it again. Not sure if he's actually having a problem here in his son Dean's car, because he's very much all over the place here. He's struggling quite a lot. Has he gripped up the car too much? Is he losing horsepower? Yeah, it looks like maybe Nicky Davey's car is set up extremely grippy here, extremely tight, because he's struggling to maintain drift even in that machine.
Yeah, well, I think the problem, Mike, is that he got himself out of position, and from there, you know, he's on an inside line, you know, and no matter what way the car's set up, it's not going to really, you know, taking the term back straight, far too literally, unfortunately, as we see on the replay. Just I think he's getting lost in the smoke and struggling to kind of keep with the pace of Ryusei, and there's a lot really going on there to try and unpack for Nicky Davey. But no matter what way you look at it, it all amounts to a massive deficit going into the second half of this run.
Yeah, the FD guys, Jack and Conor Shannon and James Dean. I know that I presume Jack is here. I haven't met him, but I know that Conor and James are here. I've met them both already. They would go well on this track, of course, because number one, they're pretty good, and number two, they're well used to the banked tracks. But the Irish guys still getting to grips with the big banks here, I think, Eddie.
Yeah, and I mean it's an important factor to mention as well, and it is tricky, and it's it's a great place to drift, but you've got to be consistent to get it right around here, and if you don't, any small mistake can amount to huge consequences. As Nicky Davey is finding out there, he's just got caught on the inside, just didn't let that car wash wide enough, but he shut it down. So maybe, as you were suggesting, Mike, some issues with that car as the sun really starts to shine here in Kerry. Not something I was expecting, Mike. I left the shades in the car and now I'm blinded by that sun, but look, really hasn't worked out here for Nicky Davey, and it looks as though Ryusei Akiba will be securing a spot in the Grade 8. Yeah,
absolutely, Ed, and beautiful scenes unfolding here in front of us. Fantastic to see the forest in the background, the wind turbines setting the scene here, and drift cars in the foreground. Beautiful livery there on Ryusei's car, and of course the very iconic at this stage Carrick karting liveries as well of the Davies in the foreground here. So beautiful views here in front of us, and 360 Motorsports Park in the hills of Kerry, of North Kerry, and delighted to be here and delighted to be witnessing this drifting, guys. Round of applause for Nicky Davey and Ryusei Akiba, and we can announce going through to the Grade 8, interestingly booking his place against his championship rival. It is Ryusei Akiba goes through, and he will face off against the one and only Jakub Krysiak, and that we will do the maths, Eddie, when we get to that one, but I think that might be could decide their championship as well, their championship podium. So we'll get to the maths and we can be crunching them in the meantime. We have more pressing matters though, because we have a battle of two quite experienced young guns at this stage. It is Davin Leehy from Waterford against Fionn Roche from Cork. These guys will know each other quite well. They're all around the same kind of stables of guys that they hang out with in the garages, so they'll be good friends all around the Shanahan garage, and this will be a bit of a friendly grudge match, Eddie.
Exactly, and it's one of those on paper, Mike, very difficult to try, and it's really going to come down to who just drives better over the course of these two runs with these two in these two machines as well, because two very capable drivers, two very similar styles and levels of ability, and two fantastic machines at their disposal here. And Davin Leehy, right from the get-go, perfect on that lead line, and picks up quite a lot of pace here, as you can see, as you go down the back straight. But look at this from Fionn Roche, just comes out of that smoke cloud and just dives straight onto the quarter, the GT86, and but makes a big dive onto the front wheel and makes contact. Leehy able to stay in it, but unfortunately for Fionn Roche, he's got to back out of it, and we're going to have to stop Davin Leehy.
Yeah, we'll have to stop Davin, and blinded by his own smoke there. But a big dive there from Fionn. We'll have to see once again. Was it the lead car left off a little bit? I don't think so. But
yeah, certainly didn't look like it from the first viewing anyway, Mike. There didn't seem to be any issues from Davin Leehy. We'll get an opportunity to see that again now if you're watching on live stream. No,
well, he did over-rotate. He did rotate quite a lot there, Ed.
He did, Mike, but I've seen a lot of drivers do that and still make it work. He doesn't lift. I don't know. I think it's over-aggressive from Fionn.
No lift or nothing.
Yeah, I think now just watch I think there's a lunge forward here from, Fionn's not on the same amount of angle. Maybe does he get lost in the smoke a little bit?
Davin rotated quite a lot, Eddie. Fionn definitely lunged, and once again, as we see so many times, it's a little bit of a grey area here. I think both drivers might have played their part here in this contact. Definitely a lunge from Fionn, but I think Davin did definitely pile on an unexpected amount of angle. He might have still made it work, Eddie. You did say that is definitely true. It's quite possible that he would have still just dialed on the angle, got back on the throttle at the right time, and just made the line work with quite a lot of angle.
It's a fast, snappy transition from Davin, but we've been watching people make that.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what
I just overheard our judges speaking there, and they were saying, can he maintain that angle all the way up the hill?
And personally, I think he can, because if you look at the line that his rear wheel is on, Mike. But look at the line from Fionn. Fionn's lost in the smoke, shoots forward, he's straight.
Yeah, and watch, if you're here, guys, and you want to see what we're watching, get out the phones, just get on the YouTube of IDS and just have a look at the live stream here, because you can see multiple replays of this one, and you can make up your own mind on this one. But it's definitely a tight call, Ed.
Yeah, these are the ones where you don't want to be a judge.
I mean, I think that Leehy had a chance of making that work, but in my opinion, I think that he was going to have an adjustment to make that amount of angle work as he got up the hill. But I also think that Fionn was being extremely aggressive, as you want to be. So it's a quite a grey one, to be honest.
Here we go, the second half of this one. Fionn Roche to lead in Davin Leehy. Will we get something a little bit more cement or concrete to the cement of the judge's decision here on the second half of this one, or will it be a clean pass to the run and ultimately make the judging decision an absolute nightmare? As a quick dab of the foot brake just to settle the car there for Fionn Roche. As you can see, Fionn dials on huge angle there himself. Maybe doesn't make it work perfectly, but quite a lot of drivers doing so at that section of the circuit. As Davin Leehy now tucks in onto the look at the proximity as they cross the line. Really impressive stuff there from Davin Leehy.
Unfortunately, we have to lose one of these two drivers, and they've been super entertaining so far. But great chase there from Leehy, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've created so much smoke from those two cars, Mike, that it's managed to penetrate the glass here in the container that we're in, and it started to fill up this little room. But yeah, look, really incredible stuff. But it's going to come back to the incident on the first run. For me, Fionn's a little bit too aggressive, Mike. I don't know, you know, I'm just a mere spectator.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's fault on both sides, to be honest.
Here's my thoughts. Yeah, a little bit too much angle maybe dialed on from Davin Leehy. Can he make it work? Well, we'll never know, because he's not.
Fionn dials on a similar amount of angle there, actually, to be fair, and
exactly.
doesn't make it work.
Yeah. Look, he doesn't get onto a perfect outer line, but he still makes it work.
He had a similar amount of angle as he did in the first
actually
one, and made it work.
It cut the, you know, they don't have to wash too much further along that section, so putting on angle at that point has worked for drivers. As we're about to see who's going to go through, we may need to go back to the judges for this one, and it is moving into the top 8. Davin Leehy very quickly. Kieran Hines, as I try to speak loud enough so that he can hear me.
Catch him off guard.
He had a couple of took a few opportunities to check out the replay on the first run. It looked from where we were watching that Davin Leehy maybe created a little bit, dialed on a little bit too much angle, and then Fionn was lunging forward. Was it a little bit of both, or did you just kind of put the fault on Fionn?
Yeah, the too much of angle is something we'll never know. I mean, he does angle up a little bit. We don't know, though, that he would have been able to maintain that angle all the way through. Back on throttle, he should have been able to power up with that angle that he actually had dialed in. But and I think Davin or Fionn, in the chase position, he transitions actually in a kind of an odd place. I was looking, he kind of fell a little bit to the inside, and he transitioned, which put him in on a shallow angle when he came in towards, and not on a lot of he didn't have a lot of angle to scrub the speed after the transition. So, like, you know, you can turn around and says a little bit of both, but personally we felt that the angle that Davin dialed on wasn't enough to cause that problem. That was more Fionn's fault for the transition, and the late transition, and the little angle that he had. He couldn't scrub the speed. So as I said, we leant towards Davin for that one.
There you have it. Davin Leehy moves into the Grade 8, taking down Fionn Roche on his way. And we move it on to the next battle, which will be Jack Mawhinney to lead in Alan O'Loughlin back behind the wheel of his trusty steed, that 180SX. Here we go.
Here we go indeed, and let's see Alan O'Loughlin looking to find the quarter panel now of Mawhinney. Not quite find it there, Eddie. The BMW looking to have a lot of pace here compared to the 180SX as they make their way up the hill now in the iconic at this stage 360 Motorsports Park. Now look at this, Alan O'Loughlin is definitely now making a better attempt to find the quarter panel of Mawhinney. Mawhinney passes right here in the tower, rubs the wall while he's doing it, and O'Loughlin, beautiful formation flying from both drivers there. We should have used that one for Johnny Finn, formation flying. We'll remember that for next time. And yeah, across the line, nice clean battle, Eddie, as we said, once they got into the top 16, apart from Mawhinney going wide there, dropping a wheel, maybe making a bit of contact with the scenery.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, did that cause Alan O'Loughlin just to back off a little bit going through that first section, Mike? You know, you saw that wheel drop, he backs off, there's a bit of a gap opens up there, then he gets back in and he kind of maintains reasonable proximity throughout the rest of the run. So, you know, I don't think anything too drastic in terms of an advantage one way or the other here, but maybe not as much of an advantage towards Jack as we may have thought. As you can get another opportunity just to see him just washing, and maybe Alan just anticipating that. straighten Lyons a little bit then as he comes out of outer zone 1. I mean, these are only minor things.
Yeah,
but
I think you're at a 5-5 situation here between the wheel drop and the proximity. I think it's a very, very close one, and it's still all to play for sure. And remember as well, though, guys, Alan O'Loughlin went almost all the way here a couple of years ago. Did he win the event? I think he might have even won the event, to be honest, a couple of years ago here. Super fast 180 SX. Mawhinney on his day is capable of beating anybody. I include Dwayne McKeever and Harry Kerr in that. So either of these two guys, Eddie, could be a big wildcard situation in this championship.
Well, in this round, yeah. Look, they're on the wrong side of the bracket to have any. It'll be all said and done at that stage.
But they could take
potentially, actually, if it came down to a final four, no, it'll be all done.
It'll be decided.
It'll be decided.
But they could definitely be a wild card for a win here as they enter the first corner once again. O'Loughlin fires it in. Look at this from Mawhinney. He's pointing to BMW, maybe not quite the same angle as Loughlin, but pointing to BMW at the door of his adversary here. Now as they start to make their way up the hill, foot to floor, smoke billowing from the back of both cars. A beautiful transition from O'Loughlin. Mawhinney's mirroring him right there, but just a little bit on the inside there from Mawhinney, a little bit on the outside from O'Loughlin. They're back in formation once again and full throttle, and they cross the line. And you know what, Eddie, what's a lap here? Is it about 40 seconds? But it's 40 seconds of utter madness. Yeah, it really is, Mike. I'm inclined to agree with that statement, and having had the experience of driving around this track at practice days, it's there's not many better places to take a drift car, so I can imagine from a competition point of view these guys absolutely loving it out there. But just want to take a moment, just Alan O'Loughlin, I mean, what an incredibly steady, competent driver. He's a real, he's a very Stephen Halford-esque, but I don't think he gets the credit for just how good he is. As we've said, multiple-time championship contender. He's never reached that height just yet, but certainly always a driver that you can never rule out. And both drivers are out of the cars, guys. Can we get a big round of applause, please, for Jack Mawhinney and Alan O'Loughlin putting on a great show there, a great battle in the top 16. And we wait for the results to drop in here as the judges have a good discussion about this one, Ed. Yeah, still having a good old debate about it in the corner here, Mike. Can't exactly hear what they're saying, but I think we may have a few more replays on this one before we actually get a decision. Dropped wheels there from O'Loughlin. Significant drop of wheels. Yeah, Jack a little bit offline though as he came into that teardrop as well. So, but Winnie wasn't perfect either. I mean, it was, I think, a 5-5 after the first one. Might be almost a 5-5 here as well, but Mawhinney might have had the chase position a little bit more dialed there possibly, which might split them, but it's a very, very, very close one. Well, here we go, and it is going to be Alan O'Loughlin moving into the grade 8, taking down Jack Mawhinney, and they embrace and share some words, and that will be it, unfortunately, for Jack Mawhinney. But what a season he's had, Mike, and some standout moments, some really impressive moment in borrowed cars. Borrowed cars, yeah, that great memory of going to the top 4 in a 20 valve 170 brake horsepower Corolla in Bishop's Court in a pro class event in the wet. That was one of the standout moments of the year for me. So Jack Mawhinney, top driver, and we'll be looking forward to seeing what he can do next year. Now we move it along to the young gun. It is Jack Caldwell to lead in Adam Kelly, and around about, I would say, Eddie, about 1300 horsepower on the grid right now. And Kelly uses the horsepower maybe, and I would say he made a stone hit the drone there, Eddie, because we saw the drone dropping out of the sky after possibly a stone contact there. But no stone on drone contact. Yeah, exactly. No such problems for Caldwell here in the lead position, as Kelly now does actually start to find proximity once again. Both very similar looking cars on the grid as well here, but Caldwell just laying down the smoke screen, and Kelly, losing power and stops it. So unfortunately for Kelly there, just a bit of a sketchy run overall, Eddie. Yeah, I mean, look, what do you do against these youngsters? I mean, they're just... there you can see you're absolutely right. Drone absolutely obliterated by the stones there from the wheel drop from Adam Kelly, but it opens up the door there for Caldwell to pull a huge gap, and it's really just too much for Adam Kelly to try and recover from after that. But you got to say it though, Mike, it's a game of margins. It's a small little wheel drop. It does lose him a lot of ground, but he managed to keep it going. He gets back into it. And Adam Kelly, feel like from what I've seen from him today in particular, really starting to find his feet in this pro class. Another season or two, and I think we could start to see him really contending
for top 8s, top 4s, if not podiums. Certainly showing signs that he has what it takes in the chase position in particular to put pressure on some of the big name drivers in the sport.
I would agree, Ed. I would absolutely agree, yeah. And looking forward to seeing that, and always looking forward to seeing drivers coming through the classes as we have seen over the years through the Pro 2 classes. And I do include the aforementioned Conor Shannon and even James Dean in that one. This country and this series in its various versions has bred some of the best talent in the world, in fact the best talent in the world, European champions, Formula Drift champions, and we are seeing them coming through the ranks. Who knows where the future will take some of these drivers that we're seeing on this very track today, Eddie. So we are just waiting for our drone to be recovered as the marshals down there look for it. It got, if I'm to use my Kerry accent, Eddie, it got a belt for stone.
Belt for stone, boy.
It got a belt for stone, boy.
Yeah.
And I think we found it there. So the drone is quite a core part of the replay process for the judges there, and obviously for the live stream as well. So just recovering the slightly injured drone there, and hopefully a bit of duct tape there, Eddie, and it'll be good to go.
Yeah, probably just put it into the ambulance. Just get it a little checked over by the emergency services staff.
Yeah.
And
we almost had to get the ambulance for one of our marshals at the last event there, Jay, when he twisted his ankle running to one of the cars. And if you want a good laugh, go back to that at 2 hours and 3 minutes in the Pro 2 stream from round 5. But
here we go, second half of this one, as they run without the drone this time around. But Adam Kelly, you look, dialed on a lot of angle there, Mike. I think that affected the line of the chase driver. Didn't manage to maintain the angle through the zone, and opens up a gap here. But I think he's going to be he is at a huge disadvantage after shutting down in the first run, not able to fulfill that outer zone. But here comes Jack Caldwell through the final sections, looking for that proximity. But was he off put by what happened through the first corner? We'll have to go to the replay to find out.
Yeah, let's have another look at it right here. So Kelly enters. Kelly's losing a bit of speed there in the corner. Doesn't get on the tyre spoke straight away, but was he offline? Not till the end of the corner either, and it looked like Caldwell backed out a little bit sooner than that, Ed.
Yeah, I think the question here really is going to be, is any of what happened through that first corner enough to overturn a 10-0? And I think the answer is right there is no.
No, I think the chase car should have been able to deal with that particular situation myself. There mightn't have been full throttle from the lead car, but you should have still been able to maybe just fall into the pocket and deal with it. So let's just see here once again.
Well, the judges are talking about a straighten, so we just need to see which driver they're actually speaking of, because if the straighten is severe enough, it could warrant a 0. So if it was from Jack Caldwell, then we could be facing him one more time here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see two slightly different Nissans from roughly the same era, and Jack Caldwell gets the win. So Caldwell does advance, the young gun from Strabane does advance to the next round into the Great 8, where he will start to face off, Eddie, against the winner of our next battle, which will be the one and only young Jamie Hines versus Paulius Judicious. He's delicious, Judicious. Yeah,
here we go. What an opportunity this is for Jamie Hines. Can he take down Paulius, who does blow a little bit hot and cold, and the temptation of a few bottles of beer, but the hand is out the window. It looks like he's trying to get the crowd going. Yeah, he's in the mood for today, Mike. He's enjoying himself. Yeah, you know what? Put those beers on ice, because I think Paulius is coming for. I think he wants to get involved in the action here today, and he's on a good run, here to enjoy himself. The last competition of the season for these guys, but Jamie Hines might have some words of his own. And look at it, straight from the off, Jamie Hines going aggressive, goes for the big dive onto the door of Paulius Judicious, but Paulius can't get onto that wide line. Gets onto it now, but Jamie's he's way offline there.
Yeah, he's way off. Jamie's sacrificing 2 and 3 here big time in order to try to find the door of Paulius Judicious, and even that it's not really working, to be honest. Now Paulius is a little bit shallow from zone 5 here in front of us, crosses underneath us here in the tower. Now Jamie Hines does find Paulius eventually, but sacrificed the track to do so, and I think you have to say that overall on proximity here, Paulius is looking a little bit better on this one, even though Jamie does a great dive at the start. But does he just, although Paulius does lose a little bit of line there as well, Ed?
Yeah, look, I think
looking back on it,
Jamie's all over the place down the back straight, but is that a result of the line through the first corner from Paulius? In my opinion, yes. There's enough there to say that it would be. now through this final big pull here, Paulius again just doesn't fulfil that zone. It's not the perfect lead line, and if you were to score that run from Paulius just based on qualifying, 50s, 60s, you know, at best, you know, it's not the best run that we've seen from him.
Does Jamie know? Okay, so Paulius. Yeah, I mean, Paulius does possibly cause the proximity issue there, but should Jamie have been able to get back on and get into zone 2 and 3?
I think what are you supposed to do in the chase position there, Mike? That's the question I'd be asking. And I think at no point did Paulius give any opportunity for the chase driver to get on the door in a consistent and predictable manner. Well, for me, that would lead to quite a sizable advantage towards Jamie Hines. Will the judges look at it differently? Well, we're going to find out, but we certainly have the second half of this run to go before we will get a decision on that.
Yeah, just double checking Paulius' car is all good to go there. And once everything is right, just making sure there's no coolant leaks or anything from Paulius' car here. Making sure, of course, that conditions, of course, we do have a crossover on the track here where you do cross over your own line. Obviously, you don't want the car leaking engine oil or similar as well, because it wouldn't be great overall.
Wouldn't be great, Mike.
But yeah, Paulius looking like he's good to go here, and still all to play for. We might have to go to the judges for an explanation, but it might become very, very obvious. Maybe not good to go here, because Paulius is being asked to reverse again here. Is he leaking some vital fluids? Not.
I think the marshal just wants them to have like a really, really aggressive chase line.
Maybe the marshal's just a big Jeff fan. Big chase
no, let's hope. I think what they were just doing was checking that there was no oil leaking from Paulius' car. We're hearing the words, the track is clear. Tap of the roof there from Paulius. He is buzzing behind the wheel of the TH Components S14.9. Here we go. Jamie Hines, the Pro 2 junior driver. Can he take down the veteran pro driver? Look at the line here from Jamie Hines. Ooh, looks like he maybe drops a wheel or washes a little bit wide, but keeps in it as Paulius now looks to make the big dive onto the door. Oh, and he gets too deep into it and unsettles the line, drops a wheel. But Jamie Hines on an absolute belter here, Mike.
Yeah, Jamie Hines is looking really good now, this time in the lead position. Now falls into the nice line in outer zone 5, a little bit into the zone. Paulius looking for the door. Jamie Hines finds it, then it jumps out of the way a little bit again, avoids a bit of contact and crosses the line. Bit of a sketchy one there, guys, overall. Both drivers pushing to the absolute limits and definitely finding them and surpassing them in certain aspects here. Paulius, definitely the first corner was a better one than the first lap there, and Paulius maybe could have just got into the pocket there as he started to climb the hill, but didn't quite pull it off. Jamie Hines then does actually adjust on the handbrake as he enters zone 5 here in front of us. Paulius finding the door and then just backing off again. I'm not sure, did Jamie come off throttle there or something to cause Paulius to back off, but it didn't look like it, to be honest. So a tough one for the judges, Eddie. Lots to consider on both runs there, lots of stuff happening.
Yes, it would have been the ideal one to have a drone for Mike.
Imagine if you had a drone, it'd be unreal.
If we had one of those things now imagine if you had a camera that could just hover above the cars.
Oh,
yeah.
It
would have been ideal
for the judges.
But guys, they're out of the cars. Give it up for Pro 2 junior driver Jamie Hines, and give it up for Paulius Judicious. Two incredible characters. Paulius absolutely loving it. One way or another, he's winning because he's on the beer. And for Jamie Hines, well, just being here is a huge win for that young man. And what a talent he is turning out to be. Incredible performance all through this season, through the Pro 2 Championship.
What a cool spectator track it is too, Eddie. I mean, if you're here in front of us at the horseshoe section, you get really up close.
Oh, it's a one more time. Judge's decision is a one more time, and I don't think either driver. Paulius is the one more time king here today. Did he go one more time with Johnny Flynn? He did. We're going to go quickly back to the judges. Karen Hines, one more time. Karen.
Look, a very close one there. There's a point in judging when you're looking at so many little issues. I mean, we had Jamie made a big mistake going into zone 3. Paulius drops a wheel at zone 3 and angles up almost, so they can cancel each other out. Paulius isn't deep into the zone here in front of us. There's just so many little bits and pieces there. We got to the point where we just looked at each other and go, one more time.
Yeah.
Let's just let it hopefully be decided more clearly on the next one.
Absolutely, Kieran. Yeah, totally understand, and I think everybody watching on would agree with that call. And we move it on to one which, once again, Eddie has big.
Well, this is it. I mean, he's got to do it. It's a must-win battle for Dwayne McKeever. But look at the difference in pace here, straight from the off here, and a huge task for young Marcus Heinen to try and overcome the likes of the Northern Smoke Machine, Dwayne McKeever, in that incredible Strom wheels S15. But I mean, look, these are must-win battles. But Dwayne McKeever is a must-win battle kind of guy. This is exactly where he cut his teeth. He's so much experience. He's been there, done that. Right throughout his career, multiple Irish, multiple UK champion, multiple podium winner in Drift Masters, and yeah, look, I think right from the off there, it was only going to go one way, and with the pace behind that car, it was never going to be an easy task here for Marcus Heinen, and certainly advantage in favour of Dwayne McKeever, Mike.
Not sure if Marcus decided to go with the semi-slicks or stayed on the Pro 2 road tyres for this event, but yeah, definitely a tough ask to take down Dwayne McKeever, especially when he has his sights on an Irish Drift Championship. So it is definitely advantage to the Northern Smoke Machine McKeever.
An advantage to the Northern Smoke Machine, but we are hearing, Mike, that Dwayne McKeever has called a 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay, guys, drama. Just like we had in Pro 2 a couple of weeks ago on Watergrass Hill, drama unfolding throughout that event. And do we have some drama here as well? Dwayne McKeever had a big advantage, but he's calling 5-minute rule. Must have some problem with that car to say that he's calling 5 minutes. Is it overheating, Eddie? Is he just making sure to get through?
Is he overheating, or is he putting the pressure, applying the pressure to Harry Kerr here?
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be strategic, because if he needs a 5-minute rule in the next battle, now he doesn't have it. His 5-minute rule is now gone. So we have to assume that he actually needed to call that 5-minute rule for some reason. But he crossed the line perfectly well.
I think you're right. And also, if Harry Kerr wins this battle, it applies additional pressure to Dwayne McKeever.
Exactly.
But maybe the car was just overheating and he took the opportunity to call the 5 minutes. But once again, Mike, we are facing down the barrel of a battle that has championship implications, and this one is quite possibly the biggest one, because this is the one where the machinery and the ability is level, or is very much in favour of the lead car here to some extent. As Dylan Garvey with an incredible machine, but can Harry Kerr find what he needs in the chase position, which is that perfect chase to apply the pressure here to Dylan Garvey and get himself a spot in the grade 8. He needs to do it here. He needs to do it now. He's doing it, but it's just not as close as he'd like, Mike.
No, it's not as close as he'd like, Eddie. We've often seen Harry Kerr knock his wing mirrors off. We saw him beating Alan Hines in the final last year on Watergrass Hill, and he knocked both wing mirrors off with sheer and utter aggression and proximity. Didn't quite have the pace there with Dylan Garvey to apply that pressure that we've become to expect from Harry Kerr. Dylan Garvey definitely getting the whole shot, getting to the corner a little bit first. Harry Kerr doing everything that he possibly could. Maybe missing zone 2 there as well, Eddie, slightly. And yeah, maybe sacrificing zone 3 as well. And Harry Kerr, Eddie, be it up against European level opposition here, or be it maybe you know, the mind games are coming into it here a little bit, and that he knows what's at stake here with this battle. But you know what? You'd fancy Harry Kerr in the chase at any given moment, Eddie, but right there I think that you can't say that he was typical Harry Kerr.
No, I think he was doing what he could with the machinery at his disposal, Mike, and I think that's the difficult thing, the difficult point from Harry Kerr. No major mistakes, but
no, perfectly good chase run, don't get me wrong. Yeah, if we had seen it in another battle, it was a great chase run, but this is Harry Kerr.
But probably not able to get much more out of the car in that situation, chasing down probably a faster car, a more I don't want to say better setup, but here we go, second half of this one. Kerr to lead them in now with the clean air in front of him. Can he find something special? Can he become the Terminator here and just take down Dylan Garvey? He needs this more than ever right now. This for the championship.
It's all up to this, Eddie.
If he loses this battle, the championship is potentially over for him, because McKeever has 1 foot in the grade 8. Here we go through the final sections. No major mistakes here from either driver as Garvey looks to tuck up onto the door. They're almost front wheel to front wheel as Garvey has to back out of it here as he almost makes an overtake maneuver. But look at him, absolutely glued to Harry Kerr. I don't know. I think it could be done here, Mike.
Oh, I think so, Eddie. I think so. I'm not sure, but that chase from Dylan Garvey was absolutely crazy as they crossed the line in the horseshoe section, especially here in front of us. I mean, Harry Kerr, he's one of the top guys in the country, but did he just get caught for a little bit of pace in this battle versus the very, very dialed in 180 SX of Dylan Garvey? I'm not sure. Now, Garvey's very much on the inside line there to gain the proximity also, Eddie. He cut quite a lot of track in order to find the door of Kerr. Are the judges going to negate that advantage that he had from the proximity? Either way, guys, they're both out of the car. They're both the top drivers in this championship and in Ireland. Can we get a big round of applause, please, guys, for Harry Kerr and Dylan Garvey?
The question is, does the dream end here? And it potentially does. Dylan Garvey takes down Harry Kerr. He moves into the Grade 8, and with Dwayne McKeever in the pits on the 5-minute rule, well, it's all in the hands of Dwayne McKeever. And what a moment for Harry Kerr. What a season it has been as he embraces with Dylan Garvey. Dylan Garvey takes no pleasure from that decision. He will, of course, relish the opportunities of going on to fight for a podium. Well, but, guys, can we have a round of applause for Harry Kerr, because he has fought tooth and nail for this championship. He still holds the championship lead, and it's not over yet, but it's almost.
Guys, this is the run which will decide the championship either way. Win or lose, the championship is about to be decided in the next minute or so. Guys, this is it. This is what it comes down to. If Dwayne McKeever wins the second half wins this battle, Eddie, and does a good second half of this run, we will be crowning Dwayne McKeever as
well, here we
Irish
go.
champion.
Marcus Heinen leaves the line with McKeever to follow suit. Tucks in nice and early, does McKeever. Heinen washes wide. Oh, almost has contact with McKeever. McKeever hangs back. The experience, all those years behind the wheel, one of the best chase drivers in the business. He'll have seen that mistake coming. He composes himself, sets himself up for one final pull. It's the teardrop and a championship for McKeever. No mistakes. And he will be your 2025 championship winner. McKeever crosses the line. He's moving on to the Grade 8 from where we're standing, Mike. And that is heartbreak for Harry Kerr.
He's moving on to the Grade 8 from where we're standing, Eddie. Let's not say anything yet. The judge is having a look at this one, but I think it's pretty much cut and dried. And if we announce Dwayne McKeever, guys, as the winner of this battle, we will simultaneously be announcing Dwayne McKeever as your 2025 Irish Drift Champion. And the judges are just having one final look at this one before dropping in their decision. Harry Kerr, I'm sure, is listening very, very intently in the pits. Alwyn, Geraldine, all the family, Molly, everybody hanging on this decision. It's been an epic battle all season, but going through to the Grade 8, it is...
Well, it's Dwayne McKeever. Dwayne McKeever takes the win. The Northern Smoke Machine moves on to the Grade 8, and with that, Mike, he takes the 2025 Lucky Day Competitions Red Bull Irish Drift Series Championship, and he adds another string to his bow. What a season it has been. He has fought. He's been taken down by Harry on multiple occasions throughout the championship season, but he has finally had that little bit of luck on his side in a championship or in a drifting season that has seen very little go right from him. He has added another championship, and you know what? He's been a very worthy winner, but I have to say my heart bleeds a little bit for Harry Kerr, because what a fight it's been.
My heart bleeds a lot for Harry Kerr, to be honest. Delighted to see Dwayne McKeever. Huge respect for him as a driver, and one of the great guys of the sport, of course, and flying the flag for this little island nation with such a long time. Very deserved champion. But Harry Kerr has been so good, so entertaining. He's been one of the best drivers to watch in this series. He's been just absolute showtime every time he's on track. And I think that, we all wanted to see him, not at the expense of anybody else, but we all wanted to see Harry getting the championship in a way because of that entertainment. But we all wanted to see Dwayne get it as well, of course, in another hand. And at the end of the day, Eddie, it's a 5-round series, and that's just the way the cookie crumbled. And this one was decided in qualifying. Harry, just that rotation that he had coming into the horseshoe, he qualified a little bit lower down the grid. It set him up where he was. It got the points a little bit more level, and I think that was all she wrote. Qualifying played a huge part in this championship. Yeah, look, it was always going to come down to qualifying in many respects. In terms of how today was going to pan out, and unfortunately for Harry, it's not gone his way today. But he can hold his head high as a second place finisher in the championship to Dwayne McKeever is practically a win in many respects. It is. It's no shame. But he may not look at it that way, but certainly that's what it is. So here we go. We move it on. Paulius Judicious to lead in Jamie Hines in the one more time. Too many mistakes, said the judges on the first battle. Let's hope for a cleaner affair this time around as Paulius tidies up that entry.
much smoother through that first section, and this is looking much better from the veteran pro driver. And Jamie Hines, well, he's not doing a whole lot wrong here, but needs to find a little bit of proximity through the final sections. Can he now tuck up onto the door, that S14.9 from the TH Components boss? Jamie Hines looks for that proximity and that door through the final sections, finds it a little bit, but just not able to have it consistently throughout the run. And certainly Paulius in the position there now where it's in his own hands.
Yeah, a little bit less scrappy than the first run, thankfully. So the judge is able to make a decision based maybe on merit rather than mistakes on this one. So good to see that at least. And yeah, that is that'll be the last battle of our top 16 AD, I believe, also, won't it?
It will indeed, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. So the last battle of the top 16 here on the edge and being decided in the second run. Still all to play for. I would say quite a level battle throughout. Jamie Hines finding the proximity there just towards the end of the last section here, and they crossed the line pretty much together, and we are going to swap them around. Now young Jamie will lead us in, and Paulius Judicious will chase. And once again, guys, keep it in mind that the Hard Charger award is up to you guys as well. Get the votes in on the YouTube comments. We will be awarding that one as Jamie Hines leads us in here, flicks the car, nice weight transfer, but runs a little bit wide there, drops a wheel or two, Eddie, I would say. And Paulius Judicious doing everything pretty much right here now. He has to find the proximity. He's on that outside line as the chase driver, which the judges will be happy to see, but he wants to find the door of Jamie Hines while he's doing it. Now Paulius cuts the track a little bit, now finds the door. If you saw him cutting the track there with our reconditioned drone. Oh, huge contact. Huge contact. Both drivers into the tyres and into the wall. Hopefully the tyres absorb that impact, and Jamie Hines' car thankfully seemed to get out of the way, but the spectators right over there definitely treated to quite the spectacle. But we're just going to make sure that both drivers are okay first. Obviously, Eddie, it's quite easy to get a thumb or something at least caught in the steering wheel.
Yeah, but as well, that was a very sudden stop there for Paulius.
Yeah,
just want to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jamie is out of the car, so it looks as though he's okay.
Yeah,
that would have been quite a shock behind the wheel, because
I know
that was a big hit.
I know what it's like all too well myself. It is quite a shock. You get quite the fright in the car.
You can see some movement in the car, so it looks as though Paulie's just taken off the. He's getting out. Looks as though, guys, give them a round of applause. Give it up. Well,
he's going to body slam him.
If he didn't have spinal injuries beforehand, he may have now after that. But look, both drivers seem okay and they're squaring up. Guys, give them a round of applause. Give it up for Jamie Hines and Paulius Judicious, absolutely giving it everything, and putting the cars on the line.
Yeah.
Well, for their own enjoyment and for your entertainment, if you take a look at it on the replay here, Mike.
Maybe the way Paulius owns TH Components and they sell the fiberglass. I was just going to say maybe Paulius deliberately put him in and was going to sell him some parts and make some money, but I think I think Jamie actually went in first.
No, it looks as though Paulius may be in there first, but of course the chase
again,
driver following the lead driver's line, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So watch Jamie's line here now. Like, you have to watch the line to see how it leads the driver into where they're going to end up. So watch this from Jamie here. He's just running it wide. Is there a little bit of contact? Oh, there was. Jamie was going in anyway. There was contact, but I would say it was because of Jamie backing out. You don't think so, though, Ed? I can see the look on your face.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay. I was going to blame Paulius there and trying to make a few quid on sales of his fiberglass parts and his bumpers and bonnets.
No, I think Jamie's going in regardless, and it is the responsibility of the chase driver to mirror the lead driver. So.
See, the thing is, when you're that close and you're in the pocket and you're in the driver's seat, you don't know where you are on track because your view is completely taken up by the lead car. You can't see anything else. You have a bit of peripheral vision. You have a little bit of knowledge of where you are on the track roughly, but overall you're too busy. There's too much going on to worry about it. You're laser focused on the car in front of you, not hitting him and not straightening up, etc. So Paulius won't have known a lot about this, to be honest, until the moment of impact. There was a push. It actually, because both cars were travelling at the same speed, it looked, I think, like a worse impact than it was. They pushed each other out of the way. There was no smack as such.
Yeah. And that's the great thing about drifting, and we're about to see a result here now. Jamie Hines or Paulius Judicious who's going through, and it is going to be Paulius Judicious moving on to the Grade 8. But guys, give them both a round of applause. Big weekend there for Jamie Hines, and the dream weekend, or the weekend continues for Paulius Judicious. But it is the beauty of drifting that even if there is contact, Mike, and there is There is, incidents like that because both drivers or both cars are travelling at the same speed. The damage and I suppose the danger for the drivers tends to be limited. That's why we don't see a whole lot of, injuries in drifting, which is fantastic.
It is fantastic. Of course, all drivers equipped with HANS devices, plumbed-in fire extinguishers as well in the cars, as well as handheld fire extinguishers. And the roll cages obviously are top-notch and scrutinized to perfection, have to be made out of the correct material, correct thickness of material, and have to be installed in the cars completely correctly. As we see Jamie Hines with a little bit of a roughed up car and leaving the track safely. Car still working, even good enough to do a burnout, guys. Round of applause once again for young Jamie Hines from Galway, making his way off track there after I would say his first slightly significant wake-up call inside the driver's seat, and hopefully his last. But you do have a bit of rough and tumble and drifting, which is part of the beauty of it. But like we say, it's one of the safest motorsports that you can possibly do, Eddie. And even if there is quite an impact, it's usually
it's usually an impact on your bank balance.
It is exactly
more than anything else,
and your ego. But definitely a bigger impact on your bank balance than your body as a rule. I've had a couple of smacks with walls myself, and you can get a bit of a sudden stop at times. But no, it's generally absolutely fine because these cars are built really well. And thankfully both guys absolutely fine there, and both cars looking like they're able to continue in competition as well. So just getting the tyres sorted here now, guys, and getting that tyre wall back up. Of course, the thing with a tyre wall as well, Eddie, is if you do go in like that, if that was a concrete wall, which can do more damage obviously if you smack into it, but the thing with the concrete wall is Jamie Hines would have probably glanced off that and kept going, whereas the tyres caught the back of the car and pulled it in, which actually ended up causing the accident. So it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other. If you're heading into the tyres quite quickly, they'll absorb the impact and not let a lot of damage, but they'll probably cause an accident in if you're just glancing off the edges of the track.
Yeah, it all kind of can just depend on the angle that you hit either or at. But it looks as though the track marshals are happy enough that they have put those tyres back into position. But that leads us into our grade 8, Mike. 8 drivers remaining. We started with 40. 8 remain. Jakub Kuszczak to take on Ryusei Akiba in the battle for third place in the championship.
Can we do the maths on that in a second?
We can do the maths on it right now, Mike.
Absolutely, Eddie. You're the brain box here between the two of us. I think
Not
we all know that.
No, you're putting me under pressure now.
Yeah.
So, from by my calculation, it was
after qualifying because Jakub qualified first.
So there was a 22-point deficit for Jakub. Then he qualified first and got 11 points.
Yeah,
and Ryusei qualified in 8th, so he would have gotten
3.
He would have got 4 points.
4 points. Okay.
So that would have brought it to about
11 minus 3 is was it 4 you said or 3? 4.
4.
Okay.
Trying to do this now live on air. People are probably at home going
22 points. 22 points gains 11.
18, 15 points for going from grade 8 to final 4. Roughly. Yeah, so it won't be decided on this battle. If Jakub has to win this battle, and then he needs to, it will be decided on this battle, because one way or another, 4th position gets 58 and
3rd is 70.
Ooh, it's going to be tight.
It's tight, yeah.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight. Too tight for me to calculate right now.
Yeah.
We will work it out, though.
We will work it out. I'll have another crack at it there in a second. Absolutely. So, So that's an interesting one. So we will try to work that one out pretty quickly. And then in your second battle of the Grade 8, Eddie, we are, of course, moving on to Davin Leehy versus Alan O'Loughlin, I believe.
Yes, Davin Leehy and Alan O'Loughlin again. 2 big names in the sport.
Absolutely, and then we have across the way, of course, we have Jack Caldwell versus who we just saw there on track, Paulie's Judicious, assuming that his car is good to go. I would say it should be, hopefully. And then we have a big one. We have Dwayne McKeever versus Dylan Garvey as the last bracket of the Grade 8.
It's funny because I bumped into Paulie's mechanic earlier on, and he said, I'm having a great time because not too much work, car going okay. And I said, be careful what you wish for. And I think his wishes have been answered. I'd say he's got a little bit of work to do down in the pits to get that car ready for the Grade 8 battle against Jack Caldwell.
Absolutely. So, guys, once again, The Irish Drift Series 2025 is very proudly brought to you by Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull. Lucky Day, of course, doing some fantastic competitions. You can win anything from a silage outfit to a villa in Spain. Fantastic cars, of course, for raffle there all the time, and everything in between. Huge prizes there, and very good odds with a lot of their competitions. Red Bull, of course, supporting Irish drifting with a while now. Fantastic company. We saw them running the Red Bull Drift Pursuit event both in Limerick last year and that crazy iconic event in Spike Island this year. And be sure to check out all of the stuff that those guys are offering. And we are brought to you also in conjunction with Shift AM, Group D, Nisuba, Turn Distribution, Strom Wheels, ECU Master, GMD Tire and Service Centre, CDM Sport, Yugon Factory, TS Drift Days and driftmagazine.eu. So once again, guys, your support of any of those companies is very appreciated because they support Irish drifting and help to keep the show going and bring this fantastic sport that we all know and love live to you and to your screens at home as well if you're watching from home. And once again, get in the comments, guys. If you fancy somebody as a hard charger from this event, be sure to drop in the comments. The guys here will be counting those comments up and we will be awarding that trophy just before we do the pro podium here for IDS Round 5 2025 in about, I would say about an hour's time, if possibly a bit less. So we are ready to rock for a podium, and we have, of course, already announced that Dwayne McKeever is your Irish Drift Series champion for 2025, very deservedly so, followed very closely by Harry Kerr, who just unfortunately did not have enough in his locker for Dylan Garvey. But we are ready to rock for a one that will hopefully proved to be a battle that we expected to be a great battle in the makings here, and it's looking consistent so far. Nice angle from both drivers as Jakub Krzyzak Kuba, last year's Pro 2 champion, came fourth in Pro last year, and he's looking for third place in Pro this year. He's got to take out the Japanese driver Ryusei Akiba to get there, Eddie.
He certainly does, Mike, and he's doing a good job here of taking a firm hold of this battle in the lead position. But Ryusei, ever the competent chase driver, right there, tucked in, right there with him. Didn't apply a massive amount of pressure, Mike, in terms of what we've seen from Ryusei in the past, but he's not made any major mistakes, so he certainly put the pressure on Kuba to go hard, and go close in the reverse of the second half of this one.
Yeah, definitely, Eddie, and I do think that Kuba might have the aggression if he can manage to just get into the pocket with Ryusei from the get-go on initiation. I think that he's going to be, hard to shake. He seems to have the grip in that Sylvia this weekend. The only thing is, I've been noticing it a little bit, and it's the same in Mondello Park, especially in the rain. I think that there might be a tad more grip on the lead side of the track, possibly, especially as the cars accelerate across from where the last clipping point is there, right in the middle of the track. It just seems that the lead car can sometimes slightly get a little bit of a grip advantage off the line, but I stand to be corrected, but it's just something I've noticed. So let's see if Kuba can overcome that and stay right there from the get-go.
So I've crunched the numbers, Mike, and it is official. And when I say official, it's unofficial. But I believe, from my calculations, if they're correct, Kuba will need to come third in order to take third in the championship. So he needs to win this battle, but also finish in the top three. So here we go. Ryusei Akiba to lead in Jakub Krzyzak. Can Ryusei secure a third position in the championship for himself, and what an achievement that would be, with having only completed 3 rounds of the championship. That would be an incredible feat for the Japanese driver, doing a really nice job in the lead position. Dives on a lot of angle there. Can he make it work? Almost like a rolling burnout as he forced his way up. It just goes to show that line, it can be achieved with that angle from that outer zone, or from that final zone into that final outer zone.
What a finish.
Yeah, really, really impressive finish.
Yeah, great finish there. Both such likeable drivers here. One is a Japanese visiting driver, super friendly, super bubbly guy, great crack, as we'd say in Ireland. The other is a man who has cemented his name in Irish drifting and has gained the respect of pretty much everybody who follows this series. Kuba, he's made Ireland his home with quite a long time now. Got married last year, took the Pro 2 championship while he was at it, has had a fantastic last year, and is in his formative full year in Pro, even though he came fourth in Pro last year from his Pro 2 performances, making it up into the Pro class. But both super likeable guys, and guys can get a big round of applause for Jakub Krzyzak and Ryusei Akiba as the judges look back on this one and the drivers discuss the ins and outs of their battle here. And as you mentioned, Eddie, I think I'm looking at your maths here, there's 15 points between these two guys, and there's 12 points up for grabs here by winning this battle. Would I be roughly right in saying that?
To be honest with you, Mike, my brain's not working.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
no,
I think there's 48 points for this battle bracket, and there's, if you come third, is it 17? So
there's an additional 10 points for finishing in 4th position.
Yeah, exactly.
So they'll add 10 points to their tally from here. There's 15 points in it at the moment. They'll both the winner will add 10 to their tally by progressing.
Yeah, it's 58 for 4th and 70 for 3rd.
Yeah.
Then it's 85 and 100.
Yeah, but by winning this battle, they automatically have a minimum of 4th position, so they're guaranteed to add an additional 10 points to their tally.
Okay.
If my calculations are correct, and that 10 points would still leave Jakob 5 points in a deficit to Ryusei, meaning he would need to then go on and finish in 3rd position to gain the 6 points that he'd need to finish in 3rd.
Absolutely, as we see the guys there on camera discussing the battle and the universal signs of drifting there as they wait patiently for the marshal signal after the judges.
Yeah, and if there was any questions over whether or not Jakob dropped the wheel, I think it's pretty telltale from that camera angle, as you can see.
Might be a bit out of balance.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think look at it says on the back, oopsie, for knocking off the back bumper.
Oopsie, and
so
look
appropriate.
Look at the positive camber and toe there set up on the back of Kuba's car. You see all the really fast Sylvias using that positive camber set up. The thinking being that when the car squats on power, the control arms are at 90 degrees to the direction of line of the car. So basically the rear suspension squats down and the rear tyres are fully on track when the car squats, making on acceleration, making the car get maximum tyre on the track, basically maximum acceleration. Now look at this from Kuba, using that maximum acceleration set up to find and lose and refine the door of Ryusei. Definitely more pace, I would say, in the S14.9 rather than the S15. And two very similar looking cars, obviously, but if you look at the quarter panel window of Kuba's car, it's an S14, whereas Ryusei's is an S15, as you can see. But yeah, definitely close battle. Judges deep in discussion on this one, Eddie.
Yeah, and I think usually when we see a discussion this length, it's either it's either a win for one of the drivers or a one more time.
It is indeed, yeah, it is indeed, and I know that both drivers have their fan clubs here in attendance here in 360 for the final of the Pro Championship, and we are still waiting on the decision from the judges. And does it drop in, Eddie? I think we're overhearing that there is a decision.
Yeah, there's a decision coming through, Mike. Will it be Ryusei Akiba? No, it's going to be a one more time. So a one more time. This one not decided just yet, and it's going to take a little bit more from these two.
Yeah, so overall, I think a fair decision there overall. And yeah, going to see that one again, and it's going to be a treat for us to see that one again, because it was a great battle, very consistent for both drivers, and going to be a good one to see, that's for sure. So we move it along to the next battle here, Eddie. It is the one and only Davin Leehy out on track versus Alan O'Loughlin, and Alan is drifting now since about 2015, I would say, started his journey in the sport. So
yeah, he's absolutely a veteran of the sport, and you know what, Davin Lee, he's not new to the game either, Mike. He's got a lot of driving done in his in his short years, and look, we don't need to repeat it. He's an incredible driver. We don't need to say it because his driving shows it every time he comes out. He's always in contention. Definitely one to watch for the future, and he's only getting better and better. But Alan O'Loughlin's going to be up against it here, as we say. O'Loughlin, all that experience, but these young guns, they just catch up so quickly these days. And Davin Lee straight into it on that near perfect lead line, leaving the door open for Alan O'Loughlin to try and find that close chase that he's after here, as they negotiate that uphill section so nicely. You can just see the amount of smoke and amount of grip that these cars need in order to get around the circuit and stay on that wide line and make that big pull up the hill. Such a drastic elevation change, and across the line they go.
Yeah, across the line they go. Interesting to see Davin Leehy locking up his front left trailing tyre there for quite a while as he came into the horseshoe section. So interesting left foot brake technique there from Leehy to settle the car. And Yeah, I have to say, nice, relatively nice lead run there from Leehy. Also, once again, dialed on quite a lot of angle.
Yeah,
there.
and
We
you
can
just
see basically a mirror image of his last run that we had the issue in with Fionn Roche, but did more or less make it stick, to be fair. So
yeah, and
correct decision from the judges.
what you can see there, Mike, he doesn't get into the zone perfectly by doing that, but he does get into it and then gets deeper as he goes. So
Yeah.
you know, it would be very hard to have penalised him for that, and a lot of drivers seem to be doing that over the course of the weekend. But here we go, second half of this one. Thumbs up from the marshals. We are ready to go. O'Loughlin leaves the line. Davin Leehy right there on the back bumper as they go side by side down the straight. As O'Loughlin looks to fulfill that wide line that the judges are after. Could have been a little bit deeper if we're to be critical. As they switch it back now, and Davin Leehy looks to make the dive onto the door of the Candy Culture 180SX. And doing a nice job of tucking into the pocket here. As O'Loughlin gets back on it, drops a couple of wheels. Definitely one wheel dropped as they go into that outer zone. From the clip to the outer zone, and here we go. O'Loughlin now again just a little bit wide as they come down the hill and across the line.
Yeah, just saw the judges pointing out the wheel drop there as both drivers made their way up into the horseshoe, and yeah, still I think Eddie, quite a close battle. Not a lot to separate both of these very talented drivers. And as you said, it's youth versus experience. But you know what, Leehy he's done so much driving in this car at this stage that he's got quite a lot of experience himself. So O'Loughlin did drop a wheel for quite a while, but he wasn't a mile over either. So it's going to be a slight deduction. But Leehy was right there with him as they made their way around the horseshoe section. So yeah, let's see what the judges have to say. We have a result.
Yeah, and it is going to be Davin Leehy taking down Alan O'Loughlin, and he moves in to the final four, Mike. We are getting down to the business end of the competition, and what a way to finish out the championship season for Davin Leehy. He'd be absolutely delighted.
Yeah,
he'll have two cracks at a podium here.
Yeah, the family there, I'm sure James and Kira and all the family will be delighted with that result. As we move it along to, is this yeah, it is Jack Caldwell versus Paulius Judicious, and Paulius having one of the rounds. You know, he knocks out a round like this, Eddie, about once every 4 rounds or so. Paulius, once every 4 or 5 rounds, he has a fantastic event.
Yeah, he really does, and this is why we commonly speak about him as blowing hot and cold. And he's hot today. He's cool behind the wheel, but he's hot out on the track. And Jack Caldwell, wheel off for Jack Caldwell.
Well avoided by Paulius there. Excellent reactions from Paulius Judicious there, just to spot what happened and make the evasive maneuver. Watch this, guys. If you're not watching the replay, be sure to see it. So wheel falls off the car.
Oh,
whoa! And
geez, nearly takes out a bush.
It's gone way off into the trees, miles down off the track. So yeah, if you're wondering why there's no spectator access for that part of the track, that's why. And Paulius didn't even hit the wheel, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Sometimes if these cars are using doesn't look to be a wheel spacer there, which is possibly still attached to the wheel if there was one, but I'm never a fan of wheel spacers because they are a failure, but they're aluminium and they are a failure.
It could just be wheel nuts shared, or it had it happen myself.
Yeah, could be just a sheared wheel nut as well, very easily. The hub is still on the car anyway, at least, but there's going to be quite the recovery effort on this one, because that car, they'll have to get quite a low jack in under the jacking point and try and get maybe a wheel on the car would be the quickest way of getting this done. But I'm not sure. You could be in a situation where there are like 5 remaining wheel studs sheared and still inside in that hub now. So I'm not sure what way it's sheared off, or if a spacer just grenaded itself and decided to exit the chat. But the wheel definitely exited the chat, and you're going to be playing a bit of find the hidden treasure, I think, there with that wheel, because that's gone a long way down into the forest.
Yeah, and it'll be a long way back up with that wheel, Mike. I think it's look, maybe a fan decides to get themselves a little bit of memento from the weekend. I'm not sure if the Caldwells will be too bothered making the effort to go down and get that wheel, but I mean,
it's raining.
It's raining, Mike, but it's actually frightening the amount of travel that wheel took, because
I wouldn't fancy of being standing in the way of that one, to be honest, because it took off at quite the pace, and it actually went up to the top of the tree height there. If we might see a replay of it, I'm not sure, but it just seemed to bounce over the bank, and the marshals are starting to find their way down. Just watch this one, guys. If you watch the top of the screen here on the replay, so the wheel exits the chat around there, and watch how high it actually gains here. Look at this. Look at the height of it. It's literally almost the height of the smaller trees there.
Jesus, imagine now you're just out for a leisurely stroll, walking the dog, and then, all of a sudden this wheel comes in.
Or if you were like Adam Driver on the ad for the,
a Strom wheel in over the the ditch.
Adam Driver in the ad for the event trekking through
Has
the
anybody
forestry.
checked on Adam? Adam could be down there.
Adam could be down there because he seems to like the forestry.
And that's his path home, so he was probably
It is.
thinking, home in time for supper.
Yeah, DJing tonight, home in time for supper, slip out of the event nice and early through the forestry. Adam could be in trouble here. Hopefully not though. I think he's around.
So the rain back down here in Kerry at 360 Motorsport Park for the final round of the Lucky Day Competitions Red Bull Irish Drift Series. And we still haven't crowned third position in the championship, but we do know that Dwayne McKeever will be your 2025 Irish Drift Series champion.
Yeah, you can't
and
park
Harry
there,
Kerr
mate.
will finish in second.
Can't park there, mate.
Well, it looks as though he can, Mike.
Maybe they only did 2 Duggas on the gun. You got to give it 3 or 4 Duggas when you're putting on the back wheels. But yeah, not sure exactly what happened there. I'm sure we'll hear it in the big debrief after the event. But yeah, 3 wheels on the car will not do the business here for Jack Caldwell, and he will have a 5-minute rule, Eddie, to call in order to get back out. And hopefully, all he can hope for is a 0 on the other side with Paulius. But it's a big ask. It's a big ask. And he would, of course, be the chase driver, so all he can do would be absolutely put his Sylvia all over Paulius and take massive chances and hope to put off the lead driver to such an extent that he makes a mistake. But yeah, we'll have to see if that car is repairable in time as well. So the recovery truck guys, just a round of applause, guys, for the recovery lads, standing out there in the rain and doing the hard work. And yeah, definitely not the easiest job to be doing. So guys, we're just, as the car gets recovered, we'll just go to a quick ad break, and we will be back straight away once we are ready for battle action once again here at IDS Round 5. So we will go to ads and just give us a couple of minutes to recover the car, and we will be back with you. Thank you.
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
To round 5. It's the final fight here at the Irish Drift Series 2025. We have crowned our championship winner. Dwayne McKeever will take the 2025 title, but the battle for third place in the championship is very much still alive and up for grabs, and it is the two drivers on your screen. The two drivers warming tyres, Jakub Krzyzek and Ryusei Akiba, the visiting driver from Japan who has contended just his third round of the championship at this very event, in the hunt for third in the championship. And it's the pro rookie Jakub Krzyzek looking to cement his name in the top three of the championship for the season, and put two back-to-back very strong seasons together, Mike, you'd have to say. But only one of them can take home the silverware, be it today or for the championship. So we are almost ready to go, as rain has made the return to Kerry here, Mike, for the final few battles of the day. And track conditions now, well, who knows what way it's going to be here, as Jakub Krzyzek leads out Ryusei Akiba.
Look at the aggression, Eddie.
Look at the aggression, but tentative also in contact through the first corner, and they keep it going, Mike. Just both drivers on a knife edge, trying to keep their cars on angle.
Well, there was a shower of rain, Eddie, as well in the meantime, remember. So definitely the drivers dealing with very different conditions than they did on the first battle. And look at that, the cars as they transition up here in front of us. You can see the tail swing of Ryusei's car so much more pronounced than what it was last time. But look at this from Ryusei, a little bit straight, and Kuba comes offline as well. So a couple of mistakes there, maybe from the lead car. I just spotted Ryusei going straight first, but was it because Kuba came offline a bit? Look at this entry from Ryusei, Eddie, right on the and a bit of contact as well. But Kuba ran wide and dropped the wheel and lost a bit of speed as a result. So both drivers falling, a little bit foul of the conditions as they change here.
Yeah, I mean, the drone shot really does tell such a significant story in what happens, because it can look from different angles that somebody is fulfilling a zone, but when you watch the drone, you can see how they come in and out of the zone a little bit, and it's not quite perfect, and it's those tiny little differences that make all the difference, particularly for the chase driver. And what can look relatively perfect from a different angle, when you put it under the drone, can tell a completely different story. And it wasn't a whole lot wrong with the lead line there from Kuba,
there wasn't in hindsight,
it is those small little nuggets that we get to see from the drone that make all the difference.
Yeah, not really anything wrong with the chase there either. Actually, looking back on it on the drone there, it was just Ryusei kind of adjusting to Kuba's position. Yeah, I mean, there's a small contact, and you'd say it's probably as a result of the lead line from Kuba, but both drivers just kind of deal with it and get on with it, and that's exactly what we want to see. We're ready for the second half of this one. It will be the Japanese driver Ryusei Akiba to lead in Jakub Krzyzek from Poland. Former Drift Masters driver as well, of course, with Drift Games Ryusei last season. So a wealth of experience in European drifting under his belt. Kuba a little bit straight there, Eddie, and not with the proximity that Ryusei had. So would I be right, Eddie, if Ryusei wins this one, he takes third in the championship? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's already got that point advantage. So a win here, and that would be cemented and looking good for it as he takes it out to the wall underneath the judging tower. Kuba not able to match the angle, does look to get that proximity, drops a wheel as they come through the final sections and across the line. Yeah, right alongside each other. Fantastic proximity there from both drivers actually through the last section. Quite a good twin battle track, especially the last section there. It lends itself to very similar to oval style drifting, where there's multiple opportunities to make a dive onto the door. It is essentially an oval with a teardrop, and but it does give that great opportunity to make those dives, as you say, Mike. So you made a good point, Eddie, though. Kuba was not matching the angle there so much. No, but very good proximity. So I think it's going to be a close one as they both get out of the car. Guys, can we get a round of applause for Jakub Krzyzek and Ryusei Akiba putting on a great show here across two battles for us with differing conditions, as the judges watch it back one more time here, Eddie. Yeah, it looked as though a decision was coming away, but they're just taking an opportunity. They just want to check something once more, Mike, just before they make that all-important call. And of course, it's not just round implications. There is implications to how the championship will finish based on the result of this battle. So they want to make sure that they have it correct. Yeah, so the judge is watching every minute detail of this one, Ed, and we're just kind of eavesdropping on them there, and they're just picking out something that both drivers did in pretty much exactly the same position of the track as they just kind of start to exit the teardrop section.
Yeah,
if you look at Kuba's steering lock there, Eddie, and as you said, he's just not on a whole pile of angle, but he does have great proximity. So,
but what I always find so interesting, Mike, is just how far back sometimes they'll take the replay to figure out, was there something from the line, as Ryusei's car looks to be steaming. Yeah, so it looks as though we have a decision coming through from the judges. Who's going through? It is going to be Ryusei. Akiba moves into the final 4, and with that, Mike, he will take 3rd position in the championship. It is all settled. The only thing that remains to be seen here this weekend is who's going to take those all-important 3 steps on the podium. But Ryusei Akiba is the first of our drivers, the second of our drivers, mind you, after Davin Leehy, to put his foot into the final 4, and he will be battling it out for one of those 3 spots that are up for grabs with silverware.
Well, that is it for the championship positions, and what an achievement. After doing just 3 rounds out of 5, Ryusei Akiba takes a championship podium, and you know what, he deserves it, travelling over from Japan for each and every round there that he competed in. And you know what, Kuba's going to be back next year looking to take the top position in this championship, I know it. So looking forward to seeing that. But now, Eddie, this is the battle of the top 8.
It really is the battle of the top 8. But you know what? It's only really for bragging and for a spot, an opportunity to fight for a spot in the final, because the championship pressure is off Dwayne McKeever. But he'd be wanting to get one up here on Dylan Garvey, who took the top step on the podium at the previous round. What can he do here now as the conditions back to wet here for these 2 drivers? Wipers on, McKeever straight into that outer zone, nice and deep as Garvey looks to find the proximity. A little bit straight as McKeever just holds that angle, holds that line that little bit longer there, Mike, than maybe perhaps he had done. And Garvey just trying to have to adjust to make the necessary adjustments to deal with it. Gets a little bit caught there, but gets himself back in. But McKeever makes contact with the tyres. Unforced error there from McKeever. Now takes it to the wall. Chris from Strom Wheels, close your eyes, because that car has taken one hell of a beating. But they go across the line, and fireworks where we least expected it, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't expect a mistake from Dwayne McKeever. Maybe the track just a little bit slippy after the rain, more so than what he thought. Didn't try out quite as much as the bottom sections maybe. And Harry Kerr, you know, he'll be looking at this battle saying, why, oh why didn't I get the rub of the green? Why didn't I get the mistakes in my battles? But Dwayne McKeever, Dylan is making mistakes up the hill. He's getting caught by the conditions. Look at this from Dwayne now. Watch this. He goes very wide, Eddie. He's a foot or 2 into that wall.
Yeah, and then grabs that curb as well. And what we'd know, Mike, particularly from, we'd have seen it in the likes of Mondello Park, once you hit those curbs, grip level on them with those painted curbs is, practically nothing. So to be like going onto ice, as soon as you hit that, it would shoot the car forward. I think he was already going to be going into the tyres regardless, but it certainly wouldn't have helped. But some mistakes, as you say, from Garvey, but the conditions completely different to what it's been before. We've got the second half of this one to look at. Both drivers seem happy enough that the cars are okay after the incident on the first run. But who's going to take it into the final 4?
Yeah, absolutely. So Dylan Garvey looking, after not the perfect chase for Dylan Garvey, looking like he is in the driver's seat both literally and figuratively here, because there was a huge collision there for Dwayne McKeever. Thankfully he got back out of it, didn't end up in the wall or anything, but definitely the judges will be saying that it was almost a 0, I would say, to Dwayne there, Eddie, if not a 9-1 at best, I think. He stopped drift though. He drove quite a lot of the time.
Look, I mean, I'll put it this way, Mike. If that's a concrete wall, that's a run-ending impact that he's had.
Absolutely.
You know? So I think 9-1 would be generous, as we see Luke Talley in the background rocking the exemplar Ford Transit. Here we go. Second half of this one, Garvey doesn't get into that outer zone, just struggles to get there. Now he starts to just dip into it, but McKeever right there with him on the back quarter as they make that transition down the back straight. Onto the door goes McKeever once again as Garvey now starts to fulfill that outer zone. Much better this time around from him, but throws on big angle now. Can he make the pull up the hill? Stays away from those tyres, but McKeever right into the pocket, makes contact, stays in it. As McKeever once again makes contact, almost takes the tyres out again. He's having a little bit of fun out there, Mike.
Absolutely. Eddie, did you feel the ground shake as they passed us on the rev limiter here? It was absolutely amazing. The sheer power of these cars is absolutely crazy when you feel it in the flesh. And if you've never been to an Irish Drift event, if you're watching at home, be sure to get along next year, because seeing and feeling these machines, and they suck the air out of your lungs almost, Eddie, as they pass you by. They're just absolutely crazy feats of horsepower, to be honest. And yeah, great run there from McKeever, definitely in the chase position, but I think it's going to be not enough to overcome that big mistake there, Ed.
Yeah, but look, he has mistakes as well there in the chase as well, with wheel drops here and there as well. So I think, look, I think it's one-way traffic here, and I think I don't want to call it, but it looks as though we have a decision. It is going to be Dylan Garvey going through to the final four. Dwayne McKeever bows out at grade 8, and once again Harry Kerr probably thinking to himself, if I was just on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, the narrowest of margins separating them. Just literally a few points has separated as a result of this finish here now for Dwayne McKeever, has separated Harry and Dwayne. But that's motorsport, that's the way it goes. And you know what, Eddie, if qualifying had gone the other way, who knows, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
if Harry had qualified Dwayne by quite a lot, yeah, it is just it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and of course we do need to make it fully official mathematically. We have thought of those numbers in our own brains, but we will get Excel or Chat GPT to absolutely confirm it, because as you say,
ask Chat there.
Ask Chat, because as you say, Mike, it is very close, and it is coming down to just a few points, but it does look as though McKeever, with that finish in the grade 8, will be crowned as the 2025 Irish Drift Series champion.
I can see Kira here in the tower making her concentraty face, doing the maths as we speak, just to make sure that we haven't made a massive faux pas and announced the wrong Irish Drift champion, which could be possible, Eddie, because we're kind of idiotic and we'd be kept going with the old chatting here.
Well, luckily no checks have been handed out just yet, Mike, so and no trophies, so yeah, we can always take it back.
We could just erase the live stream, we can pull out the hard disk.
No, it does look as though that would be the case, with the difference in qualifying scores and then the additional 15 points.
If qualifying
or 16
went the
rather.
other way, Eddie, I think it would have actually ended up in the other direction. If Harry had out-qualified Dwayne and had got the 10 points the other direction, I think he would have actually taken it.
Yeah, and had he even qualified just by a few spaces more, it would have made a significant difference to it as
obviously
well.
It would have given him a different battle bracket as well, so who knows what would have happened.
Exactly,
but,
yeah.
You know, yeah, it does all
it's ifs and buts, and you know what, if I can't say that.
No.
So here we go. Paulius to lead in. Jack Caldwell, wheels back on the wagon, hopefully secured this time around.
Back on the wagon, exactly.
As Paulius just again not able to fulfill that outer zone, Mike. It's patchy at best. It's good and bad here from Paulius. He is showing some signs of really good things, but then just comes out, look, again, just too tight there on that coming up the hill, not making it easy for the chase driver. But this one, it's pretty much all said and done. He just needs to get across the line, and he does so, and I think unfortunately that's where the weekend will end and the season for Jack Caldwell.
Yeah, absolutely, but once again as well, you know, we mentioned Kuba, that could be a future Irish Drift Series champion. I think Jack Caldwell is a guy who will want to be starting to knock on that door now, as he, you know, as he gets a little bit more experience, as he gets a couple of years under his belt. He will be one with the ability in numerous ways of taking this championship.
100%. Look, pro rookie season, he's shown signs there already, and look, if he decides that he's going to, you know, keep at this sport for the next 2-3 seasons, I think it's going to take a lot. But there is a lot of talent coming up through the ranks, which is the only thing that could kind of put a halt to it and make it very difficult for anybody to take a championship in the coming years. As we await,
looking menacing there as
looking
well.
very menacing, but it is Paulius. Judicious moving on to the final 4, and where 40 started, 4 remain. Ryusei Akiba will take on Davin Leehy, and Paulius Judicious will take on Dylan Garvey in our final 4 battles. 2 drivers on the grid in those final 4 battles have taken podiums. 2 haven't, so we will have a new podium finisher for this season.
Eddie, your ability to recount statistics absolutely amazes me every time.
Says you, Mike.
Well, I'm old, so but yeah, that's a great point, Eddie. It's very exciting actually.
We have 2 standalone round winners. Ryusei has won a round, Dylan Garvey has won a round, and Davin Leehy yet to finish on a podium. One of these drivers, unfortunately, Mike, will go home.
Yeah, and we just have had confirmation from Kira here in the tower that indeed Dwayne McKeever has won the Irish Drift Series Championship by 8 points, which is what we made it out to be as well. So he has taken it by just 8 points. And again, Eddie, if qualifying went the other way and the cards fell the same way in the battles, which, you know, you never know, obviously, but it was down to fine margins.
It really was down to fine margins. And, you know, I think, I don't know how... if it's going to make Harry Kerr sleep any easier at night. But
Calpol will do that.
Yeah, Calpol, yeah. But, you know, to be even in contention in a championship, it's so hard to win at this level in this country. And I think even if Dwayne McKeever hadn't been competing in the championship this year and Harry had gone on to win it, it wouldn't feel the same as being in contention to win it with Dwayne here and missing out by 8 points.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
that makes sense.
Well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Is what you're saying essentially. And Dwayne
Exactly.
McKeever is one of the best out there. I mean, we've seen him take down James, we've seen him take down Jack, I'm sure, and Connor probably in his time. I can't remember. You remember everything. You probably can. But I've seen so many drift battles. They all merge into one smoky memory with me sometimes. But we've seen him take down the absolute best. I've had the pleasure of driving against him myself. I've been beaten by him. I beat him as well. Like, he's just so good, though. He doesn't knock himself out, and that was super uncharacteristic of him there, actually, to make a mistake, but the conditions maybe got to him. But yeah, like you said, if Harry had won it, and you know, he came second against Alan Hines last year. Alan Hines had a flawless year, and he beat Alan Hines in battle in Watergrass Hill in the final, and it was one of the best battles I've ever seen in my whole life. He's beaten Dwayne on the way to this. He's taken Dwayne out multiple times. And you know what? It still just wasn't quite enough in the course of the championship. But I would love to see Harry Kerr back next year with a package that will just give him, you know, the absolute best chance possible of taking the win. And that BMW is a package that can take the championship any day of the week. But, you
absolutely.
know,
and let's see, who knows, maybe we'll see him further afield as well. And he's a driver. We certainly haven't seen the last of him, and that is a guarantee. But
could be heading for Oman again this year or something, you know. Possibly the Oman International.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe a couple of wildcard shouts at a Drift Masters, or maybe even a full season. Who's to say?
Yeah, who's to say?
Certainly, had it been a case of Irish champion, that probably would have been sealed. But who knows? But you know, I think it's a disappointing time for Harry Kerr. But you also have to look at, you know, how many times did Dwayne McKeever have to knock on the door and be, you know, only disappointed to lose out to a championship because, you know, James would have taken it, you know, or the various other drivers who won back in the day, like Alan Sinnott and you know, Brendan Stone. So there was multiple opportunities for Dwayne where he had to knock on the door before he eventually took down his first championship. And you know, once he did, the door opened wide. And yeah, I think you got to go through the losses to learn how to lose before you can learn how to win sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. You could come back the third year of asking, and you know, you could just be like, right, this is mine this year, and you could just get that necessary laser focus to take you over the line. So we are ready to rock. It is all of a sudden, Eddie, it's the final four.
Yeah, there you go, final four. And you know what, with no more pressures of championships, all we got to worry about is who's going to finish in those top three positions on the podium. Well, Ryusei Akiba, he's missed 2 rounds. What an incredible feat it is to still finish third in the championship. He's coming up against Davin Leehy. You know what, I'd love to see Davin Leehy get it done here and get himself into a final. Nothing against Ryusei. I think I'd be happy to see either of them do well, but I think Davin Lee's been knocking on the door for some time, and a win here would guarantee him some silverware, which would be nice to see for the youngster. But Ryusei Akiba, what a season he's had. Any time he's been here, he has been on a podium, and he's looking for one more at the final round. Here we go, Leehy to lead them in as the higher qualifier, but Ryusei's right there with him. But Leehy on that perfect lead line, but the smoke from this car causes so much problems for the lead driver, but Ryusei deals with it perfectly, as Leehy now pulls a slight gap as they make the pull up the hill, but Ryusei's right there now as he looks to find the door as they make the second pull. Davin a little bit slow to get into that outer zone as they come by the judges' tower, but now starts to find the line. But look at Ryusei glued to the door of the GT86 as they cross the line.
Yeah, as they cross the line, and you mentioned there the smoke, such a smoke screen there laid down by the lead car there by Leehy. That torque of that V8 just lighting up the tyres instantly. The wheel speed really high in this car as well, so laying down the smoke screen. And we were mentioning, Eddie, earlier on we were speaking about that top table of Irish drifting that Harry Kerr is now after joining and that Dylan Garvey sits at. We were just mentioning a couple of drivers in it. We can't forget Alan Hines either, in that last year's Irish Drift champion and one of the top drivers that you would ever hope to avoid in the battle bracket if you're driving, but getting to see him drifting is a treat. He's always so technical and so good. He's actually heading off to DMEC next weekend to Poland to the final in the ex-Chris Brady Lucky Day competitions car.
Yeah, and what an opportunity that is, for Alan. And I mean, with championships on the line at that event, there's a driver been thrown into the mix that's more than capable of winning the event. But I mean, and we'll talk a little bit more in a moment, Mike, when we have a minute about the levels in Irish drifting. But right now, Ryusei Akiba looking to cement his name in the history books here in Ireland, and again just coming offline a little bit as he comes through that first section, and Davin Leehy having to back out a little bit there. Wise just given the opportunity for Ryusei to transition that car and not cause a problem and end the battle at that point. But look at the aggression here from Davin Leehy as he throws it onto the door, glued to the S15 of Akiba, as he looks to find something special here and get a spot in the final. It would be his first final here on Irish soil in the Pro Championship, if I'm not mistaken. And Davin Leehy crossed the line with Ryusei. Give them a round of applause. Incredible stuff here. Look at this right from the off on the replay, Mike. Davin Leehy tucks into that pocket, goes aggressive, and I think he's going to get rewarded here. Yeah, loving the chase there from Leehy. The best chase that we've seen all weekend from him, I think. And it's a good time to do it. It's the time to bring out the big runs at this stage, Eddie, because it's all at stake here, and he might just possibly be after booking his place in the final here. And Eddie, you're the statistician here. Would you say that that's Leahy's first pro final? Well, if he gets it, I believe so, Mike. As Sean Healy puts us off here by brushing our hair with a floor brush, which is very hygienic, I'm sure. And he should know that the only good thing I have going for me is my hair, so I'm a bit particular about it. But look, I think so, Mike. I don't recall a pro final for Davin Leehy. But let's see here now. I mean, there are a couple of issues here. Leahy's a little bit. He's coming and going a little bit angle-wise there, and Ryusei is really consistent overall. So. Maybe not so easy. It's very easy, Eddie, to get caught up in proximity. The run looks great. We're just, we're not looking at it with judges' eyes as such. We're analysing it, but we're not micro-analysing it like the judges are. It's not our job, essentially, and you're looking at it from a height perspective as well. So you get caught up in the proximity a little bit. So maybe the technical aspects here might come into it a little bit, because Leehy was definitely kind of diving and coming back a small bit. Yeah, it's the technical aspects, Mike, that we're not always, You're not always picking them out when you're trying to, call a run. And sometimes when you see the replay, you start to, break it down a little bit more in depth, see things in slow motion, and you can really, kind of dissect the aspects that you maybe only saw small bits of. But either way, I think it is certainly an opportunity. Definitely, he gave himself a good shout at getting himself into a final here. I do believe it would be his first final at this level in the Irish Drift Series, but we can confirm that at a later stage. But we were talking about, just while we have a moment, we were talking about the different tiers of drivers that we have here in Ireland, and we're talking about the likes of Harry Kerr and Dara Spencer certainly would be a name that's in the conversation. In that conversation as well, and they're top level drivers, top tier drivers, but there's another step above, and it's your James Dean, your Connor and Jack Shanahan's, your Dwayne McKeevers. You would put Tomas, Kylie and Dylan Garvey probably into that conversation as well, as we look for a decision here. Who's going to be? It is going to be Ryusei Akiba. Takes the win and moves into the final. Davin Leehy, well, he's going to have to fight for a spot on the podium, but we're going to go over to the judges. Kieran Hines, a lot of deliberation, but Ryusei gets the win.
Yeah, again, we were having to dissect both runs there a lot. It kind of came down to what was the deciding factor really was Davin's mistake just here underneath us in the tower. When he was leading coming up there, he's not really filling that outer zone, which is, obviously he had a really good lead line up to that point, but not filling that means that he loses a little bit of points in the lead position. Ryusei is better in that area. Davin was better through the first corner, better proximity. Ryusei doesn't fill the outer zone on the first corner. They're both making mistakes. When it comes down to the chase run, like Davin has an advantage in the chase position as he comes up towards us here. It looks like he's going to take the win, but then because Ryuse filled the zone correctly, which is what he's supposed to do, I think Davin was on that inner line like he had been doing when he's leading, and he then had to make a correction to try and get back out onto the line, and he actually lost all his angle. He didn't straighten, but he lost his angle, had a bit of a waver, and fell to the inside a little bit. It's a big mistake, and that was enough for him to lose the advantage he had and hand that advantage to Ryuse.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kieran. So that is it explained in great detail once again. And transparency, the name of the game here, Eddie, at these big decisions. A lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of effort goes into these cars, so it's only fair for the competitors to know what happened.
Yeah, so we move it on to the second half of the final four. It's going to be Paulius Judicious to take on Dylan Garvey. And, well, it's win-win for Paulius at this stage because, you know what, he's going to have had himself an absolutely epic weekend here in Kerry. But I think he's come up against, you know, a challenge that he's just not going to be able to meet here. Garvey just got that car absolutely dialed. You can see the difference in pace here throughout the circuit. Maybe the difference in experience as well, as Dylan Garvey on an absolute clinker here in the lead position. Paulie is doing what he can to try and gain some proximity and maybe give himself just you know, a photo op towards the end, but it's yeah, a little too late, Mike.
Yeah, definitely great photo ops, definitely for a lot of the drivers all of this weekend. I'm sure this venue puts up some of the best backgrounds known to drifting, with the super cool wind turbines in the forest in the background up here in the hills. It's a place that lends itself to great shots. We got so many great pictures from the night fight there last year. It was crazy as the darkness fell. But yeah, as you said there, Eddie, at the pace, Dylan Garvey, he's made fast guys look ordinary. I won't say slow, but he's made the fast guys look ordinary. Whatever way he has his suspension geometry and whatever suspension he's using and tyre he's using in this car, it's absolutely working for him. Plus his driving style might lend itself to being fast as well.
I tell you, you could actually say, Mike, that he's made fast drivers or fast cars look slow and good drivers look ordinary, almost, you know, because he is a step above. You know, he's an incredible talent, you know. And it's no disrespect to, you know, some of the other drivers on the grid, because you know what, we've got to have people that are at the top level of the sport, and Dylan Garvey really is one of them. And you know, you'd often wonder what would have happened in Drift Masters form if he had had the, you know, the financial backing that he needed in the package there. If
he had a JZ instead of an RB.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, Mike. That's a good point. We won't go there, as Paulius Judicious leads them in for the second half of this when one of them's going to the final. But Paulius needs something special if it's going to be him, because he is at a disadvantage from the first half of this one. And look at this, the door opens and Dylan Garvey walks right through and almost makes contact as Paulius goes into the ditch.
Maybe he just wanted to chill out with his fans down there, Eddie. Like, the lads are down there. You said he might be having a couple of drinks after the event. Maybe he said, you just said, Eddie, you just said Paulius Judicious.
I didn't say anything of the sorts, Mike.
Paulius was in the ditch and you said Paulius Judicious. Mike, I'm just telling everyone, Eddie. That's all. I thought it was very witty and very good, so yeah. Just stopping you in there, sorry.
Some things you shouldn't share online, Mike, and that was one of them, but anyway.
No, absolutely. I think that was fantastic. Paulius will laugh at that one. Paulius is a good sport and a good buddy. He'll laugh at that one. But yeah, guys, it is an easy enough decision, I think, for the judges this time around. It is Dylan Garvey books his place in the final, and Paulius Judicious. Unfortunately for him, just falling to Dylan Garvey, as so many have before him. And that is it for Paulius this season. Paulius puts his hands in the air like he just doesn't care, and I don't think he cares, because you know what, Eddie?
It's time for a beer. It's time for a beer for Paulius, and I think there'll be a few cool ones, a few on ice there for him in the paddock. But guys, give it up for Dylan Garvey. He moves into the final. It will be the first time that we've seen Ryuse Akiba to take on Dylan Garvey in this year's championship. One of them's taking home the top spot, one of them's going home with second place, and Davin Leehy and Paulius Judicious will battle it out for the final step on the podium. And we still have our Hard Charger Award to announce. So guys, if you are watching online, get your votes in. Who do you think the Hard Charger Award should go to for today? I think Paulius Judicious, Davin Leehy, both worthy mentions in that category, as they've both, you know, they've really shone this weekend and looked really good out there for guys that wouldn't normally find themselves in a Final Four.
Yeah, absolutely. We do generally try to kind of suggest that maybe just to keep the votes away from people that are already on the podium. But you know what? If somebody's been really impressive like Dylan Garvey and you reckon that he should have been the hard charger, then, you know, feel free. He should be the hard charger. So I'm just hearing from Sean Healy, our track controller, that before we get to the third, fourth place playoff here, guys, we're just going to have a couple of drift carts out on the track, just as the guys change tyres and refuel those cars. So yeah, it should be an interesting one out here. I think that it is one of these things, Eddie. It's a nice thing to own a drift cart. It's a lot of fun. It's a cheap way of getting into the sport as well as a simulator is, and it teaches the basics if you've got some kids there that want to get into it. It's a lot of fun, and if you've never gone drift karting at a venue, be sure to check it out, because it's an absolute howl, to be honest, to do it with your buddies and sticking it on them. It's a hoot, as Eddie says. And yeah, I did see Martin French, ex-Irish pro driving legend, down there. He's in the car here. No, he was never very good, Eddie, but
Frenchie?
Yeah.
No, never had much talent now.
Eddie, do you think he's going to run the wall?
I think he's going to try.
He's got a lot of pace here.
Is he just warming it up there now, or is that the pace she goes at?
Lots of votes for Jamie Hines in the hard charger here on the YouTube as I'm checking, but we still have a lap going on in the drift kart here. Eddie, is it going to go all wrong? Massive angle there. Is it going to go? It looks like great fun, actually. Is it going to go all wrong as we go down the hill?
Just tucks into that inside line, just can't get it deep into that outer zone like the judges are asking for, Mike, and it's definitely going to hurt the score here.
We should get the judges to score this one, actually.
Yeah, not the run Martin was looking for here. But look, there is an opportunity to vote for him for the hard charger award.
For Frenchie.
Yeah.
Will she make it up the hill, Eddie?
Oh, it's a big pull up the hill.
Oh.
You can just see the concentration behind the wheel here. Oh, a little bit of a twitch. Big angle. Oh, look at that. Dab it. That is a nice line through there now, I have to say. Incredible stuff.
Doesn't quite make it to the wall, though. Sacrifices the wall.
Unpopular opinion here, Mike, but drift karting, just go-karting is go-karting as far as I'm concerned, you know, but yeah. It is a bit of fun.
It is a bit of fun, and it's once again, it's a cheap way of getting sideways if you feel like that this sport is for you, and yeah, definitely gets the muscle.
I think you can try it out down in Carrick karting as well.
Yeah, absolutely, with the guys with
the Davies.
The Davies with Nicky.
The Davies will be absolutely loving this now, Mike. They'll be watching this going, Jesus, isn't that class?
Yeah, so a couple of comments there asking how much these carts cost. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll try and get that info for you and bring it to you as the evening goes on. Definitely not as much as the pro car anyway, I can tell you that much. So, Niall Gunn, you're the man here behind 360 Motorsports Park. You have the inside line, pardon the pun, on these drift carts. What's the kind of cost involved and what's the situation? Just run us down a little bit on the drift carts.
So this is the second prototype. This is probably about €4,500 to €5,000 in the adult version. But like, there's been a lot of work in actually the rear tires, the front geometry. But yeah, the whole idea is to get people from 6-7 years old up to like 14, like pre-drifting. But like, there's already a huge global interest. We haven't done the proper global launch, but yeah, manufactured in Tralee, in Kerry, in the Kingdom, by Tilliston in racing in Clash in Tralee. So yeah, the guys have put a lot of work in the factory, and like I said, this is the second prototype chassis. This track is probably a bit too big for the drift kart. Like, anything a bit smaller would be quite cool, but we haven't. He's running the wall now a bit, but yeah, there's a rear plastic tire in him, but he's really knocked the tire off.
And you say adult version €4,500 to €5,000. How much for the kids version for me and Mike?
Yeah, small one for you. Like, I don't know, did it make your size? Yes, Eddie.
Not yet. In production.
In production.
Well, you let me know when you have a prototype for that, and
But yeah,
I'll be down to Kerry.
The launch is next month. Yeah, there's been a lot of interest. Tilliston has a T4 racing cart, which is in 60 countries worldwide. So already really popular and lots of dealers.
From a drift point of view, are you considering championships for these? Would you have tracks that are suitable? Would it be indoor? Would it be outdoor?
Like smaller go-kart tracks are perfect for this, like Kiltorkin did a really good test, and here we might need to manufacture a track in the middle, let's say. But yeah, it's out of the box. It's not built for kind of high speeds like this, but smaller, let's say, technical tracks. But yeah, really good for chasing, precision driving. Yeah, could it lead to a championship? I don't know. You could ask Kieran Hines over there. He loves running championships.
Is that the best you've seen Frenchie ever drive?
Yeah, probably Ashley. Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
He looks very focused now, I have to say. Very impressed. Oh,
and the marbles, he nearly threw it away.
Yeah. I think that's all she wrote for Martin French here today at the final round of the Irish.
And what's funny is that's his cousin, the engineer, Mark French. 2 Frenches here.
2 Frenchies. Well, there you go. So, thank you very much, Niall.
Thank you, Niall, for that info. So, guys, once again, manufactured in Ireland and just down the road here in Tralee, in Clash, Tillotson. And, yeah, absolutely a cool thing to have and own. A lot of fun, I would imagine. And be sure to get in touch with the guys about that if you are interested. So, Eddie, Hard Charger Award being voted in for Jamie Hines, getting a lot of votes for that one.
Yeah, I think would be a very worthy winner of it, and you know, Short King like ourselves, Mike, big fan of Jamie Hines. So yeah, I think a very worthy potential winner of it. People behind the scenes will be making that call for us and letting us know. But keep the votes coming in, guys. Who's your hard charger this round? Someone, you know, look for someone doesn't particularly you know, get the silverware, get to the final stages of competition, but put in a good charge and showed something special here this weekend. But ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to go to sign off for 2025. 2 battles remain. Our final, Ryusei Akiba versus Dylan Garvey, and before that, Davin Leehy to take on Paulius Judicious. Such a shame that one of those guys, Mike, will be going home without some silverware, and I feel as though, you know what, Davin's shown some real signs of quality here. Paulie has been very strong as well, but maybe just not shown the consistency that he's going to need to, you know, to take down Davin in this 3rd, 4th place playoff. But he has been driving well, and like we say, every now and again, every 3 or 4 rounds, Paulie pulls out a big show, and he just needs 2 clean runs.
Absolutely, Eddie. Yeah, he, like you said, it depends on the version of him you get on the day, which side he gets out of the bed, but he is fully capable of definitely taking the podium spot here. And we will not be announcing the winner of this one, of course, until the podium, which is usually in about, I would say, 15-20 minutes time after the 3rd, 4th place playoff. So stay tuned for that one, guys. We will be having the podium and, of course, officially announcing the 3rd, 2nd and 1st place in the Irish Drift Series. So once again, on the live stream there, Paulius Judicious looking very menacing. Definitely he looking quietly confident. Paulius, I'm very scared of him in that picture, Eddie.
Yeah, I think somebody asked him a difficult question and he was pondering it right before they took the photograph.
Maybe he's just concentrating, yeah. Maybe he's like, I'm not sure.
So here we go. 3rd, 4th place playoff battle. Marshall gives the orders. We are go. They leave the line side by side. Pure aggression here from Paulius Judicious as he readies himself to try and take that step on the podium. But Davin Leehy, perfect through the first sections and not leaving anything to chance here as he opens up a huge gap on Paulie. He's going to have to make a big dive and find something special to get back into this one, Mike. But it's certainly all things pointing in the direction of Davin Leehy right now as he makes that transition right up the hill, deep into the outer zone as he comes past the judging towers, as Paulius now finds a way back into it but cuts the track in order to do so, gains some proximity but loses it just as quickly.
Absolutely, Ed, absolutely. Couldn't have agreed any more with that breakdown of the run, but still all to go here on the second one. Definitely though we have seen him, Eddie, when he's been chasing, he looks like he's after finding another gear, so to speak, pardon the pun, but he looks like a very, very confident man in the chase position, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do now.
Yeah, look, I think the spotter's going to be in the ear, letting them know you don't got to push too hard here. You just got to just have some steady, fluid proximity. You know, if he's meter or two away, Mike, I think it's going to be, it's going to be plenty here to try and take himself into, take that third step on the podium. As the guys just take a moment just to cool those cars. It's been a long day, a long weekend, 2 days, a lot of driving for these guys. Of course, the pro competition lends itself to a lot of practice times in the morning, so a lot of miles put up on these two vehicles, and they only need to last one more run unless we see it one more time. But for the final time this year, it is Paulius, Judicious and Davin Leehy. Well, what a time to have a good round, Mike, at the final event of the season, and send yourself off into the off-season on a high. Here we go, Paulius in the lead position, much better this time around, but could be deeper once again into those outer zones. Fine margins make winners here in the Irish Drift Series, and Davin Leehy makes a big dive onto the door as Paulius pushes the extremes of that S14.9 in the TH Components livery, and he makes that move out to the outer line as they make the pull up the hill. But Davin Leehy just can't be shaken. This was the run that he needed. This is what he needed to do to try and secure that third step on the podium. And Mike, you know what, we're not going to be announcing it, but for me it's all on Davin Leehy right there.
Yeah, absolutely, Eddie. As we said, coming into the run there, he looks like a new man in the chase position. They seem to be after getting this GT86 finally dialed in and nice and reliable, and he's definitely at one with the car, and had the this chassis looks good in the hands of the Shanahans there and the various other guys, and definitely looking good in the hands of Davin Leehy. The V8 looking great all weekend, the quick throttle response helping him through the sketchy conditions, and Paulius there doing quite the job, but unfortunately didn't have the pace, I don't think, on Davin. So yeah, it might just, we will announce it on the podium, but we definitely have a decision. So that leaves one run, Eddie, to get it done, and one run to bring the curtains down on what has been a fantastic, both in Pro 2 and in Pro Irish Drift Series for 2025.
Yeah, do you know what, Mike, you're absolutely right. It has been a fantastic season of 2025, and we've had some incredible partners, Lucky Day competitions, Red Bull, Strom Wheels, TS Drift Days, to name but a few. And the driving, Mike, between the Pro 2 class and the Pro class has been nothing short of spectacular. And I want to go on record and say that the Pro 2 Championship in Ireland is the most competitive national championship in the world, hands down. Excluding Drift Masters and Formula Drift, excluding those two competitions, I don't think there's a more competitive championship than that Pro 2 class, and there is a number of incredibly talented drivers coming through the ranks, and the next 5 or 6 years in this country is going to be absolutely electric if those guys stay in the sport. We've got a host of big names coming through the ranks for next season into the Pro class. This Pro class is going to get really, really tough next year with the talent that's coming into the mix, and hopefully we see the likes of Dylan Garvey back in the grid. Could we see Dwayne McKeever back on the grid again, a return of Darren Spencer and Alan Hines, to Moss Kiley, so many drivers that are not even competing in the championship that could be dropping in and out of it, along with the new blood that's coming up through the ranks. It is just it just fills me with so much I suppose excitement about the future of the sport, because this year was just it was only a showcase of just some of the potential that there is in this country, and I think in the next few years we're going to see things really, really stepping up. It was a hard-fought championship to try and win it this year for Dwayne, and if someone of that level has been pushed, you can imagine just how tough it's going to get in coming years.
Indeed, Eddie. Again, as always, couldn't agree more with you. Looking forward to what the future holds. But you know what? We're living in the present right now. It is Dylan Garvey who has been absolutely unbeatable all round so far versus Ryusi Akiba, making it all the way on the left-hand side of the bracket. Garvey with a beautiful lead line. Akiba's right there with him, though. Look at the pace of Akiba Sylvia here versus the 180SX of Garvey. He's right with him, Eddie, slightly on the outside line. But look at this from the Japanese driver, Eddie. Absolutely textbook Japanese style drifting.
Yeah, a masterclass in the chase position here from Ryusei Akiba. But, you know, we always say you can't have a brilliant chase without a perfect lead. And Dylan Garvey opened that door nicely for Ryusei by giving that perfect lead. These two guys have been the standout drivers at this event. But you know what? For the rounds that they have contested, 2 for Garvey, 3 for Ryusei, they have been standout performers. And both of them, at every round that they've attended, have made it through to the final. And I mean, that in itself is a mean feat. They have been incredible.
They have indeed, Ed. Just analysing there, as you were speaking, Ryusei's run as well, and good proximity, maybe not the perfect outside line, but you know what, he was within. We used to always speak of the 3 metre rule once upon a time, but that day is well gone. It's the 3 foot rule now, I think, at this stage. And he was right there with Garvey the whole way around, so you know what, he might have even had the space on the track to be on that slightly more outside line because there was a car in his way if he was to go any further outside. So fantastic run there from both drivers. Like you said, great lead to make it possible from Garvey. Great chase from Ryusei. So this is it, guys.
This is it, yeah. Final run of the season, and we are almost ready to go. Garvey sets himself back, ready for the big pull into this first corner. Thumbs up from the marshals. We're almost ready to get out of here. One more run and the curtains come down on the 2025 season here in Kerry 360 Motorsport Park. Ryusei not with the perfect deep line into that first zone, but Garvey crucially right there with him as they go side by side, bumper to bumper, down the back straight. Garvey onto the door, but he starts to drop wheels. Is this where the wheels come off the wagon for Garvey, or can he find something special as they make that tricky transition back before the big pull up into the hairpin here around by the judges' towers? They rattle the roof off the containers here, and Garvey gets on the door of Ryusei as they cross the line. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your finalists for the 2025 final round here in Kerry.
Yeah, what a run, Eddie. Befitting of a final there. Absolutely fantastic display of drifting, of competitive drifting from both drivers. Dylan Garvey almost taking the front off of his 180 SX as they transitioned into outer zone 3, and Ryusei once again, beautiful style, beautiful flick onto full angle transitions, complete Japanese driving style from the Japanese driver, and great aggression from Garvey in the chase position, absolutely not leaving an inch between those two S chassis. The judges are still deliberating, Eddie, here. We might be in a one more time situation, but we might have a result as well, and if we have a result, we'll let you know, guys, and we'll be joining you down on the podium in 5 minutes time or so. And Ryusei's car still steaming away there, Eddie, but looking like it's going just fine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they are out of their cars. Would you please give it up for your finalists at round 5 of the Irish Drift Series? Give it up for Ryusei Akiba, and give it up for Dylan Garvey, who will take that all-elusive top spot. Well, we are about to find out. Will it be 2 in a row for Dylan Garvey? Will it be a return to the top step for Ryusei after a 2-round break? Judges still deliberating this one, Mike, and you know what? Much and all as we've enjoyed every last minute of this season, we are ready to close the door on this championship and put it into the history books. But the judges, you know what, giving it every last little bit of attention that it needs, because they don't want to make any wrong calls. Look at that transition there from Dylan Garvey, and so brave. And
it's a very close one, Ed. It is a very close battle either way, so the judges definitely giving it the deliberation that it deserves. I can't help thinking, Eddie, if Ryusei was to have done 5 out of 5, how this would have turned out. Was it a 3-way battle for the championship at that stage? You know, you never know, obviously, but he's got it. He just has it.
He really has, and you know, there was uncertainty after his performances in Drift Masters, but as soon as he came to round 1 here this year in Mondello Park for Japfest, there was zero questions, zero doubt about his ability. The headsets are off, Mike, which means one thing and one thing only: there's going to be a decision. And it is confirmed. We do have a decision, ladies and gentlemen. The judges have made their decision. We will announce who won and who came second, and of course who came third and fourth, down at the podium. Until then, thank you all for joining us, and please do join us out on track in a few moments' time for the podium ceremony.
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
1 2 1 2 1. Right guys, so we're just about ready to rock. Was just waiting for Kieran Hines to down there. We'll just make sure that we have adequate audio to start. One, two, 1 2. Okay guys, so once again we were just waiting for the boss man Kieran Hines there to appear. So guys, that does bring the curtain down on the 2025 Irish Drift Championship and the Irish Drift Series. Would like to thank every one of you. Is that working? Okay. 1 2 1 2. If we get some volume. Face this way? Okay. So I'll turn back this way. Am I on mic? One, two, 1 2. Yeah, that's a bit better. That is definitely a little bit better. I'll just stay back here, guys, near the transmitter.
It's not that.
One, two, 1 2. One, two, 2. 1 2. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Kind of? No? So guys, just 2 seconds. We're just sorting out a couple of audio issues there. So if we don't have a mic, we can't do it. So just wait for Kieran Hines to get up to the tower, even though everything seems to be working away fine now. Can everybody hear me? No. How come you couldn't answer no if you can't hear me? 1 2 1 2. One, two, 1 2. Right, is that better? Can people hear me? Okay. Right, guys, we'll start again, and thanks for your patience. Once again, guys, thank you so much. That brings the curtain down on the 2025 Irish Drift Series, and what a pair of championships it's been between Pro 2 and Pro combined, and both coming down to the final round in the case of Pro 2, coming down to the final battle. And here in the Pro Series, we saw two absolute gladiators go head-to-head throughout this championship, give it their all, and yeah, entertaining us all year, guys. So for all the fans, thank you so much for making this series what it is. And guys, just overall for the Irish Drift Series, can we get a big round of applause? So, thank you once again, guys, on behalf of Kieran and
all the Irish Drift Series team, to all the marshals, all the track staff, all the tracks, all the sponsors, and especially all the spectators who've made this series very, very special this season. And you know, it's been a fantastic year once again. So thank you all so much on behalf of Kieran and all the team. So to get to the important part, guys, we are going to announce the hard charger, and then of course the podium of the event here at the final, and lastly then just to confirm the championship results. So starting with the hard charger award, which is voted for by the fans through the YouTube comments, I can announce the hard charger award for the final round of IDS 2025. It is none other than Jakub Krzyzak, the man known as Kuba, wins the hard charger award. And a man whom I'm sure will be going for the win of the championship next year. Which brings us to the important part, guys, for the podium of the final. And a very hard-fought event, guys. Very difficult track conditions, varying grip levels, a lot of grip out there. And yeah, a lot of hard driving put out there this evening, that's for sure. And in fourth position, after battling his way all the way through, and he does this every now and then, he is delicious, and his name is Judicious. Well done, Paulius. Which must mean, guys, in third position, up-and-coming star, you all know his name. He's going to stand on the podium here in the pro class. It's Devin Leehy! He'll be getting the champagne ready, I'm sure, to get the whole shot. Which brings us on to the all-important second and first positions, guys. As you all saw, it was a tough couple of battle brackets. And I think, to be fair, the guys who are here in this circle deserve to be here on merit very much. There was no easy battles. There was no many mechanical failures or whatever. So it was a very, very hard-fought run to the podium. And in second position, guys, and I want to hear a huge round of applause for this driver, because he's after coming all the way across the world. In second place, it is none other than Roche Akiba! Once again, thank you, Ryusei, for blessing us with your fantastic driving style and coming all the way around the world to compete with us here in Ireland. Very much appreciated, and fantastic, fantastic performance. Which must mean, guys, in first position, bringing out a new car, winning the last round, winning this round, spoiling the party for everyone. It is the one, the only, it's Dylan Garvey! Guys, once again, big round of applause for Devin Leehy, Roche Akiba, and Dylan Garvey. things. How are you? Okay. Well done, guys. Fantastic event. And fantastic driving. So guys, once again, just to wrap up the championship and confirm everything, I want to hear big rounds of applause for these guys putting on a show all year. In third place in the 2025 Irish Drift Series, doing 3 rounds out of 5, fantastic achievement. Let's hear it for the man alongside me. It's Ryusei Akiba! In second position, guys, nabbed at the end, but I can be sure in the knowledge that you will agree with me that he's put on a great show at the last couple of seasons. He is a driver for the ages. He has joined the top table of Irish drifting. He didn't quite make it this year, but we hope to see him at the top step next year. Guys, let's hear it for second position in the championship. It's Harry Kerr! And in first position, guys, in the Irish Drift Series 2025, he came back to do a couple of rounds, see how he got on. He was in a borrowed car, kindly given to him from Strom Wheels. He got on well in the first couple of rounds. He said, I'll stay at it. He's a fantastic driver. He's a world-level driver, guys, and he's taken the plaudits here. He's taken the win for the 2025 series. Let's hear it, guys, for the one, the only, the Northern Smoke Machine, Dwayne McKeever! So guys, once again, that is it for the 2025 Irish Drift Series. We thank you all so much. We will be at the awards night out in a couple of months' time. Always a good night. Feel free to join if you like. We will have music and lots of entertainment there. And for Kieran and all the team, guys, once again, thank you all so much, and we will see you at the start of the season next April. Thank you.
Come on. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me.